Welcome back. This is episode 3 of the Great Hunt trilogy, titled Death or Immortality. Our bounty hunting crew has advanced to the final round of the Great Hunt. This is the true Great Hunt. Everything else was qualifiers, basically. Out of the original 225 participating individuals and teams, it's down to just 10. About a week ago, it's been 2 weeks since the end of the last round. About a week ago, they received coordinates to rendezvous at a moon. It's kind of a smuggler's moon type place at the edge of the outer rim near wild space. As they arrive, there are other ships in orbit, but not nearly as many as you would expect. You see. As soon as you arrive, you receive a communication from one of the other ships that is a similar design to the one you're flying in, and you find that your sponsor is here. Eventually, as you go through the docking procedures, you find out that there are a total of 35 ships in the system. Like everyone gets there within a day, so. But the only people present in the system are the 10 sponsors and the 10 teams, and then there are 15 ships that the Bounty Hunting Guild have that is providing security with such a volatile group present. Once you get to the station, you find that the cantinas and such, there's a couple of them that are providing entertainment. Everyone's given quarters for until the appointed time. For those of you who are fans of Deep Space Nine, think kind of like the Deep Space Nine promenade type thing, but over one of the halls at each of the ramps, there's countdown clocks basically to where no one loses track of how long until the events occur. There are quite a few people, even though the sponsors are particular individuals. Their ships could have entire. Most of the sponsorships are either large freighters or small capital ships, and much of the crews are enjoying things. The bounty hunting guilds have really rolled out the red carpets for them. There is quite a bit of betting going on from the non-sponsors. Many of the sponsors brought friends and allies of theirs that are betting either on their candidate or someone else. The bets are not just who is going to win. There are bets about survival rates, means that there's bets even going on because no one knows what the Great Hunt target is. There are bets going on what type of hunt it's going to be, whether there's some wild beast out there or whether it's going to be a capture mission or an assassination of some kind. Like, everyone's speculating and betting on just about everything you can think of. So while you guys are going around, you get a chance to basically lay eyes on, if not all of your competition. Is there anyone in particular? You guys get to see that list that I posted. And actually, I guess for our viewers, in case anyone's watching that is not a part of the Tides of Change, I've posted a list of the 9 other teams. There are the player characters. Then there is Shakti Fett, which is the last remaining solo participant, considered by some to be the single greatest bounty hunter alive and the last remaining solo entry. He is sponsored by the Fett clan of Mandalorians. There's a group called the White Race, which you see 3 of as you're going about things. They kind of stay to themselves. They've got that insectile isolationist thing going. But they are bone white insectoid species of some kind or another. They are sponsored by the Black Sun Syndicate, and there are 3 different Black Sun Vigos here present, along with a lot of underbosses that are participating, and security for them, of course. Masi Awad, Takil Awad, and IG-73A. They are sponsored by the Mandalorian Awad clan. Zabo the Hutt, Grosk the Wise, and Plaque the Machine are sponsored by the Kunalak Khajiit of Hutts. The Poto Hunters, which is a clutch of barbels, are sponsored by Khajiit of Huts. The Nexu 9, a mercenary unit that is rapidly establishing itself among the galaxy's elite hireable forces. There are actually 9 of them. They are easy to spot because even when they're not in their armor, which they are seeing most of the time while you're here, there's always the image of a Nexu somewhere on their person. And they are a variety of races and skill sets based on appearances. But they are sponsored by Damask Holdings, and Hugo Damask, along with several prominent Moon businessmen and even a senator from the Republic, are here. The Labor Determination Corps is an all-gank squad that are known for hunting down slaves and those who illegally free them in Hut space. They are sponsored by the Nar Shaddaa Labor Alliance. Sahimi Bal and Bay Jizrik are a pair of Trandoshans. They are sponsored by Tobrin Bal Fasha, who is the last winner of the Great Hunt, which he is a minor celebrity. Even the other sponsors give him good respect and whatnot. And then Ishi Taskala, a Nemodian, and Block Nasi, a Mustafarian, probably the least intimidating of all the Great Hunt individuals, because they look rather frail compared to most. But they are sponsored by Lot Brog, Viceroy of the Trade Federation. So, do you guys want to interact with any of the other teams, the sponsors, betting, anything in particular you guys want to do while you're waiting for the briefing on what the Great Hunt is?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to network for my business.
Okay.
And the groups that really stick out to me are these Nar Shaddaa cats and the Damask Holding dudes, because those are big players.
Yep.
I can get any kind of deals with them. And goddamn you, I do not want to actually deal with those Damask Holding cats, but I don't know who they really are. Only Archie knows that. Oh my god! But they got money, so Torak would be like, "Hey, you guys need some beasts?"
Yeah. I mean, give me a charm check. We're going to call this difficulty 3. This is just going to be a general, like, what kind of impression are you making on not only those, but like their underlings and others that may be witnessing the interaction, to see how you're able to make a hit or not.
So 3 success and a threat.
Okay. We'll say you'll suffer a strain just because of the general nervousness with all these bigwigs. I mean,
super bigwigs, yeah.
Like, you've got people that are, I mean, like, over there at the other table while you're trying to talk to this Damask Holding guy, you see like 2 Black Sun Vigos talking with 3 underbosses, and they kind of glance in your direction and like, you're like, did I piss them off? I don't know. That kind of thing.
Purposely steering clear of those cats, you know.
So, but you make a pretty good impression. You think you're probably, I mean, assuming you live through the next round, it's very likely that you'll get some business out of some of these people of some kind or another. The Nar Shaddaa labor force are very interested in your product offerings. They find that a very worthwhile potential investment for them. And of course, that's a hut you're dealing with, so go figure. All right, Chris, anything you're going after? You're muted.
Wow. Okay, it muted me on both things. Weird. I was like, how did you know? But I would like to risk drugging someone, but that'd probably end badly. So we'll ignore the fact that I'd really like to drug someone.
Okay. Well then, if there's nothing else in particular, Donnie, what about you? You're muted as well if you're trying to talk.
Yeah.
And you're muted again.
Sorry, my laptop's really slow, but actually showing that bar at the top. Actually, for all my blustering before, I do want to sit there and go over to Shakti and just have a couple of drinks with them.
Okay. The Fett.
Yeah.
So Shakti Fett is definitely larger than the other two Mandalorians, and there are other Mandalorians other than the three that are in the hunt themselves, just because like they're sponsored by two other Mandalorian clans. So there are quite a few Mandalorians, and so as you approach Shakti, he is not sitting alone. At the moment, he is sitting with two other Fett clan members.
Well, I don't think I would just approach them.
Okay.
Hi, but I'm talking about like I would probably go to the bar, order a round of drinks, and bring them over and set them down.
Okay.
And sit down while I hand them the drinks.
All right. As you do so, the one of the other two Mandalorians, this one is wearing bone white armor. Shakti's, just so you know, is a light blue with purple trim, similar to Jango's in later on. But the other two Fets that are present, one of them is wearing bone white with gray trim, and the other one is wearing gold with black trim. But the one with white armor says something in a language you don't know as you set them down, and the Shakti, the participant, takes one of the offered drinks, and like they're wearing their armor, but they have their helmets are sitting on the table basically as they're talking and whatnot and enjoying the festivities. Shakti, you see, is a young-ish human, probably late 20s. The other two that are sitting with them, the one with the white armor is a man probably in his 50s, with only one eye. He's got like a gash through it, and it's just an empty eye socket. The other one is a female, probably in her early 40s, and she's got the short, like utilitarian style cut that would work under the helmet easily, type thing. And they're sitting and they're watching people and that sort of thing. But it was the older man said something to Shakti as you walked up, and Fett takes the offered drink and says, "Good day," and takes a drink.
So when those clocks hit 0, we're enemies. But right now, I don't see why we can't share a drink and compare stories.
He says, "As far as I'm concerned, even when the clock hits 0, you're not my enemy. You're just a problem in the way, or a problem not in the way. That's up to you."
Well, I was kind of thinking the same thing. I was attempting to be diplomatic, but plainly, you are just something that keeps me from winning this.
Am I?
Right now, though,
he kind of leans forward a bit. He leans forward a bit at that and says, "You know, there's nothing that says you have to die in this last round.
As you have to be killed in this next round either."
Oh, I know I won't.
Is good.
He chuckles a bit at that. It's not optimism whenever your legacy says that you'll win.
Yeah, but the past is the past for a reason. The present is sitting here in front of you, offering to just have a little drink.
He laughs and then says something back to the other two in that language you're not familiar with, to which they laugh as well. And they pick up the other two drinks, and they raise them as though they're making a toast, and then all three of them say something in this unfamiliar language at once, and they share a look between each other and wait for you to like clink glasses with them, type thing.
Screw it, why not? Clink.
They laugh a bit at that, take a drink, and enjoy themselves. You're pretty sure they're making fun of you or something to that effect, or just not considering you a threat, probably, but that's beside the point. I mean, what else do you expect out of one of the most powerful Mandalorian clans.
I figure that we'll just spend the next few hours just talking about previous kills or previous bounties that we've been on.
All right. There's plenty to talk about things. He doesn't share details. Like, he's not a storyteller by any means, but he does talk about like some of the notorious things he's done. And since we got the No Disintegrations book, like you realize that he's got quite a few of those exploits. I mean, but also while you're doing this, there are several holo tables going, and there are actual videos from previous great hunts. Some of them thousands of years old, it appears, because it's not like perfect holograms and stuff like that, of just different competitors on previous great hunts. And like there's a pair of there's a Doug and a Grand that are like doing like a newscast type thing where they're talking about it, where they're like leading the different speculations as to what this great hunt will be. And they'll like to say, well, it could be an assassination like the Great Hunt 400 years ago. And like then they bring up videos of like the final confrontation and the winner and all that kind of stuff. And so they're just fueling the speculation and whatnot. But you see some pretty cool historic Great Hunt videos and that kind of thing. All of you see that throughout this week, basically.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. It's the build up to WrestleMania. It's the pregame show where they're going over all the feuds and talking about things that have happened.
This is like everything going on this week is halfway between the build up to WrestleMania and the build up to the Hunger Games. I mean, it's like,
what I was thinking was a Hunger Games type. We're sitting out here trying to get our what is it when they try to get people to send them stuff? Like, that's what we're doing right now. We're getting people to bet on us and shit.
The sponsorships.
Trying to get a cut. Sponsorships, yeah. I'm working on my sponsorships.
Let's see here. So, Nick, what are you going to do during this week? You're muted if you're talking. I don't know.
Okay, so I am going out. It seems to be a theme. I am going to approach Sahini Baal and B Trandoshans, and I'm going to basically start talking about Tobrin Baal Fasha, the winner of the last Great Hunt. And I didn't know that the Great Hunt had such low standards.
Damn it!
I'm going to throw it out there that Six is just going to stick with him. He's not doing anything anyway. That way he has some backup with this stupid idea.
I'm gonna be sharpening my Rick blades and giggling to myself as I'm just kind of taunting them from a short distance.
Okay. Well, they taunt you back, and rather than commenting on the sponsor, they start insulting your mother and uncle and cousin and child and everything in between.
Tobrin Baal Fasha was the sponsor?
Yeah, he was their sponsor. Tobrin is, like, you see him over somewhere else, like probably doing an interview with those build-up people type thing. Tobrin is a Gran.
No, I would have definitely been insulting the Trandoshan winners themselves.
Oh, previous Trandoshan winners?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you said Tobrin. So Tobrin was just the last winner, basically, which was almost a decade ago.
Gotcha.
Okay, yeah. So, like, at one point, whenever a highlight reel of one of the Trandoshan winners, maybe 300 years ago or something like that, then you make this, like, approach them and start banter back and forth, and basically they trash talk right back with you.
Right.
I mean, like, they insult your parents and your family, but then they also are like, well, yeah, but there's never been a Wookiee who's won, so at least our species is proven superior thus far.
Right. And I just trash talk him the whole time as well. And I'm like basically saying, oh, okay, well, let's see, were there any Wookiees in this? And blah, blah, blah. And, Wookiees have honor. And it seems like the way you rig things, maybe it's time for a change. Maybe it's time to bring honor back to the great, the Great Hunt.
When you say that, as like the build-up's kind of going on between like you and Sig's like standing on one side of the table, these two Trandoshans on the other side of the table, and you say, "Let's bring honor back to the Great Hunt." You see, or you hear a roboticized voice saying, "Yes, honor." And a few moments later, you hear a couple of other muffled voices, and you see the trio of Masi Awad, Takal Awad, and IG-73A kind of make their way over to the table as well. Masi says, what would a species such as yourselves, and he indicates both the Wookiee and the Trandoshan, even know of honor?
That's what the droid is saying?
No, that's what the human Mandalorian, and this Mandalorian is wearing gray armor with purple trim. And beside it, there is a Togruta that is wearing modified Mandalorian armor that is maroon in color with black trim. And then there's an IG series droid with them.
Yeah.
Six is going to glare at the
very
droid.
quickly, like the three teams present here with, or partially present with like the seven of you as you start trash talking back and forth, the crowd is all like slowly like rings of silence start to form as more and more like focus is watching. And you see like a couple of the Triclops.
I'll assume that I'm
hovering
taller
droids.
than this Mandalorian.
What?
I assume I'm taller than this Mandalorian.
Oh, most definitely. This Mandalorian is
Awesome.
actually shorter than even the Togruta that's with him.
I'll stand up and give a good stretch, and I'll be like, "Oh, what do I know of honor? Well, let's see. We we were cunning and honorable enough to defeat 6 of your men in combat, 1 of your droids, and basically leaving them in the ruins of the prison world where they belong."
Like as you say that, all of a sudden, between you and the Mandalorian, as you stand up, you see this little Triclops like hovering droid come in, and like the camera, and you can see the light. It's like doing the whole holographic scan of you in the midst of those comments, and like the light hits right in your eyes at that moment.
So at this point, I pump up the crowd, and I'm like, "Wow, Roosh, wow!"
Very quickly, you can see that there are a couple of people that are betting on you and your team because they like when you start kind of doing that kind of chant. A couple of them do so, but then you also hear a couple of them start to chant for the Awad clan of Mandalorians, and very quickly, like several other competitors are kind of making their way here towards you guys as well, not to be left out. Then you hear the announcers like up on the screen where it was very quiet, like they were just background noise. All of a sudden, their speakers have been turned up, and they say, "We're going live now to the cantina where many of the competitors are trying to get a mental advantage on each other." So go ahead, Warush, roll me a coercion check.
All right.
What's difficulty will be actually do it with no difficulty because
while he's making that roll, Torak and Gemma notice the confusion because they're kind of the Fets, and Torak is doing his business stuff.
Well, I did say there's 3 cantinas, so I'm gonna say they happen to be in other cantinas at the moment. Although you guys would see the newsreel like pop up, and you see Warush like giving some insult and whatnot. So,
okay, I'm gonna roll it. I'm just letting you know that I do have the talent intimidating. So take that into account however you wish. But it's going to be 2 success and an advantage.
Intimidating.
Intimidating downgrades the difficulty.
Yeah.
Okay, downgrades the difficulty.
Or upgrades difficulty when targeted by coercion.
Right.
And you have 1 level of it?
I have 1 level of it, correct.
Roll green die, because I'm going to upgrade your roll with it, since this is kind of a 3-way, because you and 2 other teams are trying to get like mental advantages on each other. So you got 4 successes.
Jeez.
The Trandoshans, so they got 1 less success but 1 more advantage than you. and the Mandalorians. Okay, so you actually matched the Mandalorian in successes. Okay, so, all right, so basically, while Roosh and Siggs, as y'all are engaged in this, what's going to end up happening is, like, it's pretty close. Like, it's hard for anyone to tell that anyone came out ahead in the, like, anyone outside trying to tell who came out ahead in the mental game. But you guys will have advantages against this Mandalorian squad if you encounter them. You will both have one setback on your first action against the Trandoshans, though. While they didn't like outright intimidate you to where you're going to have ongoing problems, they did make you like a little enraged, probably, since they were insulting Warush's parents and that kind of thing. So Warush will kind of be going for a haymaker initially type thing, and just have a setback if y'all even encounter them directly. So, all right. So I see Archie or our Twi'lek businessman is just going to pretend he didn't see anything, and Gemma would sigh and just continue interacting with Fetz. All right. Archie, pick a number 1 through 4.
Lucky number 3, playa.
All right, number 3. All right, as you are going about your business interactions throughout the couple of days, you did mention that while you were trying to interact with the people with Damask Holdings, you were not trying to necessarily interact with Hugo Damask himself, but you were looking for the business opportunities. So the huts took up a lot of your time. But on day 6, you are approached by Senator Cho, which is a Gran, the three-eyed guys, that is here with the Damask contingent, and Hugo Damask. The two of them approach you. And basically, they are very polite. Hugo says something to the effect that it is most unfortunate that I did not know of your team in time to possibly sponsor you, and the next U9 may or may not be up to the task. Like, he's complimenting you in kind of a backhanded way, but not completely. Like, it's one of those, if you had been more well-known, I might have sponsored you, but because you weren't, then I didn't have the opportunity to type comments.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So, the senator basically lets you know that he was wondering how you feel about stocking a lodge-type environment with creatures that you attempt to train that wind up being untrainable for wealthy businessmen in a hunting environment.
Normally, I wouldn't be very amenable, but like this whole situation has got me kind of got my blood boiling a little bit. So I'm a little bit less concerned with all this maintaining of life shit because of all the blood that's been spilled by me and my homies the last few days. So and plus, I know the fucking paycheck on this would be able to, even if I don't win this paycheck could set me up. So
right.
I'm definitely playing ball with this guy, and yeah, man, I definitely have ideas on animals that I failed to train before that I can take to him, and so
and he's not
play it cool, but
about you like going and hunting down animals that aren't untrainable. He's just saying, like, he's basically proposing a way for you to, as you start training animals, if something proved to be untamable, giving you a way to still make some money off of it. Maybe not a full, like, at least recoup some of your losses that you would normally incur.
Oh yeah, man, I'm gonna try to play hardball, but it's basically impossible because like I'm openly excited about the prospect.
Okay. Give me a negotiation roll. This is a senator, so you can imagine this one's going to be tough. 2 red and a purple.
But homie, if this goes right, the paycheck will be biblical.
Well, it's not going to be that big of a paycheck because the guy's basically giving you a way to to make some money off of things that you normally would just be losses to his company. So it gives him a way to shore up losses more than anything.
But you can leverage that into other things.
Right.
I might have something to re-roll this, man. Let me just once per session may re-roll one cooler negotiation check. This is the one, baby.
Okay. Go for it.
So that's my master negotiator.
Nice.
As I juke and bob and weave here with these big wigs. And this time, I'm sorry, dogs. It's
Okay.
it's for the future Korak's business.
Nice.
Damn it, son.
Nice.
I mean, it paid
okay,
off.
so initially, the difficulty was not deciding that this was a good idea. It was actually discussing more of the terms. And so you successfully negotiate where this senator, he lets you know that he represents a group that has 7 such lodges across the galaxy. So there will be a constant demand for this. So like as you're doing this gives you a way of shoring up losses for as long as you're in business, basically.
Exactly. Steady revenue stream.
The 2 threats, though, you don't quite get as high of a percentage as you would like, but it's still pretty. I mean, since it's a way of using up losses anyway, it's not like, oh well. I mean, it's not a deal breaker. It's just not as much as you were hoping for, type thing.
Fair enough. Awesome. Yeah.
So, but you managed to negotiate that. The senator seems pretty happy with the situation. Hugo Damask, you see him. He's watching a lot of the other interactions going on. He paid attention to the early discussion, but did not seem to. I mean, he didn't get involved in the negotiations. He just was there as a presence, basically.
I would assume I'm fairly uninteresting to an individual like that.
Yeah. Well, the Moon are known for being good with numbers and orderly and whatnot. So a beast tamer such as yourself is beneath them, as most would say.
Yeah, it's rare enough to see a motherfucker out, but this is a big deal,
Yeah.
so I guess that's why. That's why I would assume that he would be here.
Yeah. All right. So then Sigs and Warush, pick a number 1, 2, or 4.
I'm gonna go with 4.
Okay.
Unless it's a group decision.
I'll do 1.
Okay. So Sigs, while you're being the quiet companion there to Warush, you are approached by the trio of insectoids that are rather unusual. That are mostly they seem to be mostly quiet themselves. You haven't actually seen them talking with anyone. They just kind of approach you, and one of them raises a hand in like a greeting type motion, or maybe it's flipping you off. You're not really sure which, since their hands are completely different. But they make some sort of noise. You're not really sure what it may be indicating. And then a moment later, one of the Black Sun Vigos, a Falling individual, makes his way over and says that my friend here would like to know if you might be interested in a alliance during the hunt.
Six is going to kind of tilt his head and raise an eyebrow and kind of question, what would be the details of said alliance?
Oh, simply the idea that we ensure that either your team or ours are victorious. And this is the Vigo talking, obviously. Like the insectoids are like clicking and clattering type thing. And then he translates.
Okay. I mean, Six will kind of look at the insectoids this whole time, since this guy's more just translating. He'll glance at him every now and then. And kind of just go, this is a intriguing proposal. And I would definitely say we would be interested to some degree.
So at which point the insectoid that is in the center of the trio reaches a hand up towards your face, and by hand it's like a three pincered claw type thing. It's not like a violent looking claw. He's just like reaching up towards your face. What do you do?
I'm gonna look at the Black Sun dude like questioningly a bit.
He smiles at you.
Yeah, this is weird for Sigs. I don't know how we.
Okay. Well, you took too long. The
he
hand
just was
touches your face, and it does like, you know how like sometimes you would get your back scratched by someone.
Yeah.
Light scratching type thing on the side of your face, and the killer kind of cocks its head to the side a little bit. Make me a discipline roll. Difficulty of 2 red, a purple, and a black.
Doomed on this, but oh wait, do I have that? No, I have that. Okay, so what was it? 2 red and
2 red, a purple, and a black.
purple and a black. There is no way I pass this. Yeah.
Nice. All right.
Okay. Oh.
So, after that, you were pretty weirded out by the idea, but like, man, that scritching felt really good. It was really cool. You're fine. The Black Sun Vigo smiles and reaches to give you a handshake and says, "We look forward to seeing how fruitful the alliance may be."
Sigs will shake his hand and just say, "Indeed."
All right. So, Sigs, what that did, for those unfamiliar with the Killiks, they have sort of mind control powers. Basically, they've embedded a thing where if you are to attack one of the White Wraith team, you will be upgrading your attack rolls.
Good thing I have a lot of attack.
Yeah. It won't stop you from fighting them. It's just it's just suggestion type thing where they're your allies. Why would you want to?
That is pretty badass.
Yeah, unfortunately, Sigs isn't familiar with them, so he can't really.
Yeah, that's most races aren't familiar with them.
Yeah.
That's my bad. That was my tie change. Sorry, guys.
Yep. Should have done the freaking Jedi.
Well, Roosh. While you are out and about, you are approached by a barbel. Are you familiar with what a barbel is?
A barbell? Isn't that like very much like a reptilian-looking creature, almost like a Trandoshan but with a tail?
It does have a tail. They are much shorter than Trandoshans. They're almost a foot shorter on average as a species, but they are stockier. But there is one of the other competitors is actually a clutch of them. There's 5 of them that are competing. One of them approaches you, and as he does so, he says, "I look forward to seeing you dismember the Trandoshans."
He says that to me?
Yeah. I mean, like he's hissing it out basically, but
right. I'm drinking heavily, so
okay.
I will hand him a mug, and I'll repeat that in Shiriwook to basically to tearing apart the Trandoshans.
Okay. He says, "I have heard of the great battles between your species. It will be an honor to witness such a violence firsthand."
And I look at him and I say, "You will not be disappointed. If they get in my way, there will be much for you to remember for a lifetime."
When you say you will not be disappointed, his serpentine tongue kind of snakes between his teeth, and he gives like this hissing sound that you're pretty sure is a laugh, like he's chuckling basically, but it doesn't sound like a chuckle at all. He with that, basically he extends to the bartender and signals basically that he pays up for the next couple of rounds for you type thing. So, and just makes his way away. All right. So now we are to the Relentless. So you got number 2. All right.
No, I get the square root of 4.
Right. So as you finish up your dealings with Shakti Fett, you were approached by a Mustafaran. I believe it's the southern one, the taller, lankier version, not the short, squat ones. But he approaches you and he says, "You know that the Fett will double cross you at first opportunity."
He can't double cross me because I don't expect him to be on my side at any point.
The Mustafarian nods. Good. Did you know that he once used cryogenic grenades on an individual and only froze half of them?
Take a hammer to that frozen half?
Oh no, that would
I
have
would.
caused much faster death. That would be most unfortunate. The quarry was supposed to arrive alive to its bounty holder, and it did, but only barely.
Huh. I gotta remember that. Cryo grenades. Thanks for the tip. You can find some.
The Mustafarian kind of gets this like, I did not mean for you to go get some type look. As he then decides that he doesn't want to be around you anymore.
After he's telling you how cruel and unusual that is, you're like, great, I'll take 5.
Right.
Yeah! Never thought of that one before. Thanks for the idea.
All right. So you guys, each of you end up with interacting with various people throughout the period. Some of them like taunting you, kind of like what you did earlier with the Trandoshan. Some of them seem to be probing you for strategies. Like you see a lot of like lower level bettors that are like guests of sponsors that are trying to decide on their bets, and so they're like, well, what if so and so does this? What would you do? And like, so there's a lot of that kind of stuff. And obviously, most of the bettors are pretty discreet about what they would do, but basically something, especially if the Wookiee's drinking a lot, he probably gives a rather descriptive plan of what he plans to do to the Trandoshans at some point. So after a while,
before we all get started, the Wookiee, being pretty inebriated, says, I got an extra prize for everyone. No matter who wins or loses, everyone gets a piece of Mando Motors today. That's right. Everyone here gets something from Mando Motors. And he spills a bag on the floor of the little pieces and shrapnel that were left of all the Mandalorians' bikes and speeders. And I'm like, don't all come up at once now. This was once valuable material. There might be an ornament on there, a hood ornament if you hurry. So, and he just totally walks away.
You see some dirty looks from both Mandalorian contingents.
Yeah.
The Gank Squad, the Labor Determination Corps, take great interest in the salvage. But yeah, all right. So you enjoy most of the week getting drunk and having good interactions. Is anyone careful to make sure y'all are sober as the countdown actually winds down?
Yeah, man, I never drank. I'm good.
Biggs would have stopped drinking way before the countdown even got close.
Okay.
The most drinking I did was sharing a toast, like after a deal, like.
Right. What about the other two?
With
I would have been
with the
sobered
4
up
Braun,
for the great
it would have taken me a lot more to get. I'm sorry, what?
Go right ahead.
All right. So both of you, like, were you saying that you would have gotten plastered at some point, but been try to be sober by the time of the countdown? All right. So
Yeah, she would have gotten a little bit, and then
okay.
Started wear down. Coffees.
Gotcha. All right. As the timer run, I mean, because throughout the week, different times, different people are in the cantinas or in the promenade area. A lot of them go back to their rooms at various points. There's a lot of, since there's so many different species involved, the day-night is non-existent basically, because some species sleep longer than others at different intervals and that kind of thing. So, but basically, all three cantinas are packed to the brim as the last hour goes down, as the hype starts to build for this, not just like the past ones, but the announcers are going over, like, you didn't realize you guys got recorded at any point throughout the competition, but there are like highlight reels of each of the 10 teams in the previous rounds of various things. The one of note that catches Sig's attention would be the shot where he manages to take out the executive and the Jedi. And whenever like a bolt takes out a Jedi Master at the same time as a executive on HoloVid, there's a collective everyone kind of pauses for a moment as even the Mandalorians and like the sharpshooters in the group all take note of that shot, basically.
Sigs, you're famous.
Right.
By the way, do you have any cryo grenades?
No.
But as when the countdown hits 0, immediately the announcers that are like doing the video wherever they're at, they're in a studio type thing, and it immediately cuts away to a platform in a black room that looks like it's got like stars on the back, and on this platform there is a droid. The droid is a protocol unit. It says, "Greetings, beings and hunters. I am C7-3D. I will be your host for this final round. First, let's introduce our contestants." And he goes through a quick rundown of all 10 entries again. And then he says, "Next, let us outline a few of the important rules for this final round.
Rules.
The first rule is that any violence in this star system that we are presently in will be met with the instigator's immediate disqualification from the round. No violence may be perpetrated until a jump to hyperspace has occurred. Second, only the one who accomplishes the task outlined in the Great Hunt will advance to the immortalitous position of the Great Hunt winner. This year, or this Great Hunt, has a rather stupendous prize pool. The Bounty Hunters Guild of the Galaxy have invested, along with various institutions. Some of them are represented by the sponsors in this prize pool, but the winning team will receive a small moon in orbit of a mid-rim world that will be theirs. On this moon, there will be a squadron of Z95 headhunters at their disposal, as well as an institution where they can establish their own bounty hunting academy with the full sponsorship of the Galactic Bounty Hunting Guild, which would entail that they receive a percentage cut of anyone they train from henceforth. There is also, yeah, at which point, I mean, like, there's quite a few things. He also says there is also a prize for the sponsor of said individual. The sponsor of that team will receive a Class 7 luxury yacht, fully furnished and stocked with a 0.5 hyperdrive, and all of the amenities that one could ask for traversing the galaxy in the finest of styles. And just like you can see, like, a lot of people are pretty happy with the prize pool. Mm-hmm. In addition, he says that the Galactic Bounty Hunting Association will also forego any bounties placed upon the winners of this year's hunt till the day of their death. And there's at that there is like a collective like amongst the competitors where people are like, that means that, I mean, any bounties that are placed are not from the guild. Like they're private institutions or small governments, and the guild will not fund them at all. So
That's good shit.
Yeah. Now,
Almost better than a moon.
it might be in some cases, especially since there's video of killing a Jedi. Now you just have to worry about the Jedi coming after you, not.
Yeah, that army would be pretty nice.
But at this point, the lighting in the room where this droid is dims, like the faint stars that are on the backdrop of the walls dim, and it's replaced with this bluish lighting that says, now, for the criteria of this year's hunt. And their holographic image of a particular world comes into view. It says, this is the world of NX77346. On this world, there is a secure facility in the southern hemisphere, as like the image like slowly pans into the city and whatnot. It says, in this facility, Bay 3 Alpha holds items of interest, but the items are not what's at stake here. We want the hunters to find, confirm, and eliminate, and return the person who has rented this facility. At which point, the image of like it's surveillance image type thing of what basically looks to be a it almost looks like a bank vault system, like where there's several interlocked vaults type thing. Like we're talking top end storage of whatever the heck someone wants to store, basically.
It was find, confirm, and return that person.
Right. So it's you have to find out who holds it. Then you got to identify them, confirm their identity, and bring them back here.
While they're continuing with the description, I will kind of nudge Warush and go, a data pad and can try to start looking up that stuff. So we can get a head start before the timer actually goes.
At this point, the droid says that the information thus provided is being uploaded to each of your ships as we speak.
Oh. Never mind.
Well, what he's discussed so far. He says, at this time, each team is allowed one question about the mission. And you may each approach the, and at this point, you see a droid similar in design, but not identical, approach like the bars in each of the 3 cantinas. So whichever one you guys are in, you see one. It says, you may approach and discuss your question with my second. And once you have asked your question, you may return to your ship. No one is to depart the system until you receive the signal that all competitors have boarded their ships.
All right. What question do we want to ask, fellas?
You guys got any ideas that come out right immediately to you? And I'm kind of shepherding us towards the guy already as we.
Okay.
The only thing I can think of is maybe to what's in there. In there, it might zero in on who actually owns it.
So
what are the 3 items?
Contents of the safe. Okay. I mean, that's fair. Anybody else have any ideas?
So the facility is like we know that it's kind of like a vault-like facility, right?
Yeah, I mean, basically think like if someone had a I'm remember what those are called. Like, you know how banks have those storage. Oh, God, my brain just went blank.
Like safety
Banks
deposit
are-
boxes?
Like, yeah, like, okay, imagine where you can, rather than renting a box, you can rent a vault. And this building, this whole facility is just vaults that different people have rented that are storing who knows what, basically, in different vaults.
It's Space Gringotts, baby.
I don't know what Green Gods is, but okay.
From Harry Potter, man.
Harry Potter, man.
Oh, gotcha, yeah. I didn't recognize the name.
Gringotts Bank, man.
Yeah, something like that.
Right. That's a good idea. The only question I was going to ask, we can probably get the information on easier than that, and that could also lead into a clue on the mission. The other questions I would ask would be any leads on the guy, but I don't know a specific enough question to ensure we would get a response. So I mean, that's fair, man. Your
Maybe known associates.
That's a good.
Do we have the Mark's name?
Do not.
But we just have like the vault ID number or something?
Yep.
All right. Well, do we want to waste a question by asking him what the guy's name is?
I thought about that, but is there any guarantee they'll have the actual answer for that?
We could. Here's two questions we could ask that involve people's names. We could ask who's paying for us. Who's paying for this job? Like who wanted this done? Because that's a clue. And we could ask. I had another guy. Well, I guess we'll roll with that for now as a possibility. How close are we to getting up to where we can ask our question at this point?
Well,
Right now,
each of the bars had some of the different competitors, so there's only like 2 other teams that are in the bar here. And one of the teams was the Fett, and he just got up and walked out. He didn't even approach to ask a question. The other team is the insectoids, and they are quietly standing around their table looking at each other. You don't even see the motions and the clicks that you saw before. They're just kind of looking from one to each other type thing.
So creepy.
Yeah.
Okay, how about we ask this, fellas? What time will he be at the vault? And then we narrow it down from there ourselves.
All we have to say is never.
Dude, that's a good question. So maybe we could get a clue on who he is by saying when the items were put in the vault, because we could go get footage of that time, stuff like that. Check around. That could be a good lead, man. When were the items put in the vault?
Or the time he was at the vault.
Let's do it.
Exactly, shit like that.
Okay, so which one are you asking for? When was the last time the vault was accessed, or when was the vault rented?
No, when was the last time he was at the vault?
Yeah, when was the last time the vault was accessed?
Well, those are 2 different questions.
Right.
Okay. When was the last time he was at the vault?
Everyone on board with that question?
Yeah, except Gemma will look at Siggs and go, "Are you staring at that Killick's ass?"
You're not sure it has one, but
Is that the second people?
Siggs is just gonna look at Gemma like she's high as a kite or something.
And go back to staring at that ass.
All right, so you're asking when was the last time he was at the vault?
He was at
Yes.
the vault.
I'd say the target was at the vault, but yeah.
Oh, yeah. The target. Not necessarily using a target.
We're asking.
Language, I approve of that refinement. I'm still not sure we're going to get anything on this, though. I'm pretty sure this is going to run us up negative, but I don't really have an improvement that I can guess. So
y'all approach the droid and ask the question. The droid says accessing, and after 4 seconds of him just kind of being quiet for a moment, his photoreceptors light back up, and he says, the question that you have asked is unclear. To the best of the records that have been provided to us, it is believed that the holder of this vault has never personally been there. He has, due to the intense negative of this question, I've been authorized to inform you that it is believed that he has always dealt through droids.
I think we learned a lot from that question.
Or actually, instead of he says it, as though the pronoun is unconfirmed.
Okay.
With that, everyone can make a perception check except for Sigs. Difficulty is 2 red.
Whoa.
What happened?
Archie rolled double despair.
Oh man, I can't see that on my screen. Do you guys see my roll?
No.
No, I don't see your roll yet. You may need to reload.
Okay.
Wow,
I might
Archie.
have been wrong dice roll over.
Ah, success.
All right.
Success.
I didn't get a roll, so.
All right. So,
Double despair, though. Son of a.
Donnie, you don't notice this. While Roosh, you notice that as you guys have asked your question and start to make your way out, the insectoid trio have not moved from their table. And you have the distinct feeling that somehow they know what you just asked, even though they were far enough away. And like they're act like the droid itself actually has one of those white noise generator type things to where like if you're more than 5 to 7 feet away from it, you can't hear what's being said in that bubble.
Mm-hmm.
But they seem to have waited intentionally for you guys to ask your question first, type thing. You're not sure how or why. Archie, double despair. I don't even know what that would do on this.
I'm sorry. Somebody just knocked on my door. Give me 1 sec.
Okay. Let's see here. So perception check with double despair. All right.
Sigs.
You know what?
You never let anything touch your face.
I'm not going to have it have any obvious thing.
Well, normally what I would have had Six do is use his quick draw to raise his heavy blast pistol at the bug, but due to our current surroundings and whatnot, that would incite a lot. So I had to resist the urge to draw.
You
and
didn't
shoot
have to like quick draw your blaster. You could have just quick drawed your hand and smacked it away.
Okay, this is Sigs we're talking about. What's his first reaction to anything? Kill it.
Sigs.
All right, are you guys heading to your ship
face
again?
huggers, okay?
Yeah, I think we're going to be heading to the ship.
All right, man, I'm back.
Yeah.
All right, Archie. With the double despair, I'm not going to have anything obvious have happened.
Oh, excellent. That's
the best kind, right?
Concerning.
I roll my eyes super hard.
Can't you give him 2 wounds or something?
Can't you just like trip over a table and have a concussion from staring at Twi'lek's ass too long or something? Like, come on.
Nah, there's no fun in that.
Perception?
Oh
shit.
All right, so you guys get back to your ship. It takes about 30 more minutes once you guys have boarded your ship before you get the signal that everyone is aboard and that you guys can depart. Pretty quickly, ships disconnect from the station, and the 10 ships, the sponsorships and that kind of thing, all stay connected, like they're going to watch from here, basically. And you guys get to make your way to jump coordinates. Go ahead and roll me.
Right, so how are we going to start this investigation?
Yeah. Are you guys jumping straight to that world, or are you jumping somewhere else? Or that moon, I mean. And it's whichever one it is, I need an astrogation check. I just need to know where you're going.
Yeah, we need to get right there, man. Let's do our discussing and shit en route. That's my vote.
Well, here's the thing: if the guy's never visited the vault, is there any guarantee there's really a point in going to the planet?
Yes, there is a point, because once we get there, we steal something out of the vault. He'll come to find us.
Well, no, dude. Okay, well
That is one option.
We have to go to the planet. That's the only clue we have, and he could be there. So let's go there. If we find out en route that he's somewhere else, we can drop out and repot another route. We got to get moving.
Yeah, we're going
otherwise
there.
people will beat us. Yeah.
All right, give me an astrogation check. Whoever's going to roll that for you. Difficulty is going to be 1 red and 2 purple, but you will get 1 boost die from the information in the data packet. But it is a difficult jump because it's way off of the beaten path, basically.
Okay, didn't do so
I only
hot.
got 2 green for it, so I'm out.
Yeah, you and me both.
All right, so the initial attempt by Warush does not find a safe jump at all. The system kind of errors out a bit at you. The ship will take 1 system strain from the threat. And as you hear like the error come from the hyperdrive or hypercomputer, you see 3 of the 10 ships jump into hyperspace. Go again.
Can I help him? Unskilled assistance.
Yeah, that will give you a boost die.
Flip a fucking destiny point too, man. We got to get moving.
And how many set? No, there was no setback.
No setbacks. You actually have the coordinates.
2 on a red. All right. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
What the hell?
Wow. All right. We'll say 2 more jump into hyperspace in that time frame. It's I mean, so far only 5 have jumped into hyperspace, so like clearly you're not the only one struggling with the coordinates.
Are we sure we can't just make a piloting check for this?
Nope.
God.
It's not piloting, it's astrogation.
I know.
I'm gonna
Come
help him
on.
again.
All right.
LaRouche, you got this, buddy. You got this.
Hey, at least that's 2 more boost die for the next
maybe
try.
you should, just help the next person to roll with those boosts.
All right.
So give yourself 2 more boost dice. One of the remaining 4 ships jumps into hyperspace.
Oh,
There you go.
Yay!
Hey.
With 2 successes. I mean, with 2 advantage. So, yay.
From the time the first ship jumped into hyperspace till you guys do, and as you do, you see one of the others jumps into hyperspace as well. So there's 2 that are behind you guys in the jump. But about 30 minutes went by before you guys. So they got a 30-minute lead on you, which is not significant depending on the check. So.
All right, so we're on our way. So let's discuss what we want to do when we get there.
You guys will have approximately 4 days in hyperspace to get to this place.
Oh, so yeah,
Okay.
30-minute head start, not that big a deal.
Right. Well, the main thing is whether or not you roll a bunch of advantages, because advantages lower that time by 10% each.
Dang.
So
Yeah, so we got 2 advantage. So.
yeah. So it's, I mean, 4 days would be almost 100 hours, and you shave like 9 off. So, or almost 18 off. So yeah, it'll be like 3.5 days for you guys. So,
All right,
the 30-minute may not matter at all, depending on what some of those rolls.
So what do we
So-
want to do once we get there?
Bank heist, anyone? Bank heist?
That's option 1.
Mhm. No, seriously, that was my thought too. We get in there and we steal something of his and tell him
I mean, depending on
if
what's
you
in there, we
want
might
it,
just take it
come
all.
talk to us.
Leave a calling card or something.
Either way, either way, if we hold on to it and then we tell them if you want it to us, then we capture him and take off.
that sounds good. I'd like to do some research to figure out what kind of stuff is held in facility Bay 3 Alpha.
Okay. Give
Using
me
computers.
a computers check. It will be difficulty 4 and 2 setbacks due to the security and like just the very specific nature of what you're trying to find. So
These are going to be hard ass checks.
Yep.
3 threat.
All right, you are not able to find anything on not only Bay 3 Alpha, but like what kind of things are stored at this facility in general. Like you don't find, other than the information that you guys were provided, you don't find any records of this facility at all, basically.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Nick. Are you good? Get your follow-up questions on and such.
Anyone jump in? I've got
Okay,
over
so
ideas so far.
here's my thing, man. You know me. I'm a trader. I'm a merchant. I'm gonna try to reach out and see if I can find
Yeah.
anybody who might have, or check for trade, shipments in. Like I was asking, when did it come? When did this vault get filled up with shit? That was going to be the question I asked.
Mhm.
So without the boosts I would have gotten from that, let's try to find out some shipping information. Any ships that have been coming in, especially known cargo ships or freighter ships or anything of that sort.
This
That would
moon.
help us.
Well, okay. So for you, then give me a knowledge, either education or outer rim, because either you're approaching either by looking up information on that specific world, or education would be the bureaucracy and the trade routes and that kind of thing. So whichever way you're doing that. Difficulty will also be probably, well, since you're looking for information about the world, I'll make it only difficulty 3, but it's still going to have the 2 setbacks from, you're not at a place of like with ready, like lots of research available to you. So
Sorry, I was debating on whether or not I want to try to get you to make know somebody work, but yeah, it's not gonna. I'm not gonna be able to debate that to you in the time allotted here. Oh my God!
I don't think you succeeded.
you, much like Warush, you don't find any records at all. I mean, this is a remote enough world that you just don't find information about it. Not that you don't think it doesn't exist or anything. It's just like this is not on a major hyperspace lane. It's not even a world. It's a moon. So you're not finding anything about its behaviors and habits and that kind of thing in the trade networks.
All right, so just as a shot in the dark, just kind of using streetwise, looking at that vault, trying to figure out what kind of store stuff in there.
What kind of people? I think you need.
Yeah. Well. Actually, I'm approaching this from. Actually, I take that back. I'm more approaching this from a kind of assessing how hard it would be to rob,
Mhm.
and then from there comparing that to banks that, like
Right.
if it's like ghetto loan place, then it's going to be really easy to break into. But the harder it is, that means the richer the people that would put stuff in there.
Okay. Give me a. I'm going to call this a skullduggery check. Actually, no, I guess it would be
All right.
streetwise, because streetwise or underworld, because you're trying to evaluate how vulnerable this place is, basically.
Can I give him a boost die for that?
Sure.
Sweet.
So this will be because you've just got a few slides and hollow images to work off of. I'm going to say it's difficulty 2, but it's going to have 3 setback dice from just the very limited information that you've got, and the fact that no one else was able to find anything about it so far.
right. Oh!
2 successes and a
Oh.
triumph. All right, so looking at it, I mean, obviously, because you're only looking at the ground floor, it's hard to evaluate the total security. But you see that a couple of key things that catch your attention is the fact that this complex is somewhat isolated. There's not another facility within almost half a kilometer of it. It's not. I mean, it's not in a busy area. There's not a whole lot of facilities that you can see in the peripheral of the image type thing. But it is part of the city. But it's got a half-kilometer clear space all the way around it. And based on the layout, you think that it has room to store probably 20 or 30 vaults, at least on the ground floor. Whether or not there's subterranean ones, you have no way of knowing based on this information. But the vaults, we'll say you figured that they are roughly 500 square foot as far as the size of each vault based on the overhead image, or at least the areas that look like vaults from the overhead image. But you see emplacements on various in the complex that indicate that there is heavy security. You see guard towers and whatnot, and in one of them you are actually able to identify that it has a rotary cannon in it. You're not able to confirm whether or not all of the guard towers have rotary cannons or not, but you do see at least one that you catch in one of the images, basically. And also you see several droid drones in one of the images. So there is a high level of security, which narrows down the type of individual that you're talking about pretty significantly. What do you want to do with the Triumph?
Open for suggestion, guys.
I actually have a suggestion for once here, because since that does narrow down the clientele of who would actually be around here, could the Triumph be we kind of also narrow down the list even further based on what vague information we got from the droid, and we have some potential prospects?
I mean, you can narrow it down, but like the list is still too long. I mean,
what about you, Nick?
Because throughout the galaxy, the number of people with this kind of wealth, the fact that someone like that would be dealing through droid intermediaries, it just means that they don't want to be associated with whatever it is.
Yeah, it was a long shot, but I had to ask.
Okay, I got an idea. Let's say that Gemma overheard our sponsor, Lord Remix, mention that this will add to his collection or to his fortune at this facility. And at that point, you realize that you can call Remix for some kind of advice because he banks here.
I'm not sure how we could milk that, though. I mean,
well, it'll be the fact that we know.
I can milk, man. You give me a cow, I can milk the shit out of it, baby.
I think the fact that our benefactor banks there, he will want to help us with as much info as he can.
Also, possibly avoid nicking his vault.
Yeah,
especially with the plan I'm kind of coming up with. But yeah.
So he could give us some sort of
maybe
advice.
He could help us get into it.
Trying to think, because he's so secretive and whatnot. I don't know that you guys. Let's not say that it is your sponsor, but we'll say that Gemma actually realizes that she has done a job for someone who has a facility here.
Okay, I
past-
recognize as an insignia on a door, and it.
Something like that, and you realize that, yeah, basically, like as you're studying the hollow images so closely, you pick up on the business sigil type thing, and you realize that one of your past clients had a document like on their desk whenever you were meeting with them that had that same sigil. So,
Okay.
So you have a past client that has had some level of contact with the place, at least.
All right. That's what we use that for.
Okay.
And then I'll ring him up.
Okay.
Well, before I do, I will mention it to the group and go, I know some guy who put his stuff in one of those vaults. What do we want to ask him?
Dude,
I did great. I did great on the contract. It was a good contract, so he'll probably talk to me.
all we want to know is who we got to talk to about the facility. Like, how do we get in there? Like, to put our shit in there. Obviously, don't try to push it for nothing hard. Just be like, man, we got some stuff we want to store. Be just right. Can you tell me who I gotta? Who's the banker for the vault?
All right.
Okay.
And then you will work your wily charms upon that banker, Torak.
Exactly, because you'll probably be able to get this information from your homie, and then if we know the banker, that's an in. We can work on that.
All right. So, Gemma, give me a race for this past contract individual. Who or what is it? And we'll go from there.
It was a Weequay archaeologist. He hired me to go through extreme measures, something that someone else had dug up.
Okay. All right. So you reach out to this Weequay fella. And whenever your comm comes through, it takes a little bit because of the delay of being in hyperspace and that kind of thing. But eventually the Weequay answers and looks at you, and like he like kind of crinkles his brow a bit, seeing you again. He says, I didn't do it.
No, didn't do it. I'm not after you.
Good.
Although, and we'll circle back around to it, but right now we're heading towards blah 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 XZ whatever.
NX 77346.
That.
As the voice comes from across the room.
Yeah,
And my best protocol.
We've got some stuff. We've got some stuff we want to put up, and I remember you really highly recommended this place to put my stuff in there.
He kind of looks at you skeptical for a moment and says, I doubt you can afford it. I wasn't able to procure a contract because of the fees that they required.
I happen to have a Twi'lek with me, and a lot of money. A lot of money.
Does he have a lot of money he's willing to burn? Because that's what this place does. It just burns credits for you. Just burns them.
Yeah.
This guy's enthusiastic.
Hey, look. He's got enough. He had enough money. My bar tab completely. So he's got a lot of money to burn.
So he can rent a facility for like half a day?
Probably. But we've got some stuff we're trying to put up.
I mean, fine. He's like, I can give you the contact information for the that I used. I assume it's still good. It's been a couple of years. And he reaches over. You can see him like reach over on his desk, and he's like, He starts rattling off a comm frequency. It says the individual that you meet with is on Coruscant, or at least that I met with.
It. Now, do you think I was coming for you?
You're a bounty hunter. That's what you do.
But if you're innocent, you shouldn't have to worry about bounty hunters.
He looks at you and laughs. He's like, right, because the Hutts put bounties on innocent people. Or Black Sun, or any number of other cartels.
With this, how about we talk about you hiring me to take care of the problem you've obviously got yourself stuck in?
Okay.
All right. Thanks a lot. We'll talk later. Click.
That's it, man. Now I know I'm being a good influence on y'all. You're shaking everybody down. That's how you need to do it.
All right. So what are you going to do next?
I pass the info over to Mr. Social, Torak.
And I cry tears of we're totally not headed to Coruscant right now. So now we have a huge dilemma on our hands, man. Like, we have a lead
that takes you the wrong way.
Right. It's like,
rather than being in the deep outer rim, Coruscant is in the core. So
yeah, the only good thing about it is we never really thought the guy was on this planet anyway. It's just the only lead we had. But there's probably a lot of groups that have the same idea that Ziggs has over here. That they maybe even Gemma maybe even have mentioned it. They just want to steal the stuff and see if he comes for it. I'm not of that school of thought. I think we need to find him and track him. The job that the droid told us about has nothing to do with the stuff in the vault, except insofar as that it got put in there. Like, we don't need anything to do with that.
Here's an idea building off of this particular path. We find the dude. We shake him down to get his access into their computers. Then we find his name. Then we can hunt him down.
Okay, wait, I'm sorry. I missed the very first part. What was the first step?
The guy on Coruscant.
Uh-huh.
Shake him down to get his access to the computers, do it, find out who the guy is, then we can track him down.
I mean, that was basically my idea anyway, except for minus the whole shake down and be a jerk thing. Because, I mean, I was just going to give him money for it. And a smile.
Gemma doesn't exactly deal well with bribery.
Yeah, bribery at this level probably won't work.
You kidding me? You know how? Did you saw the prize pool? We're getting a moon. We're good.
Yeah.
As long as you win, any cost that you can afford right now is worth it, basically.
Totally. Yeah. Like, I mean, how much is it going to need?
Well, yeah, but for clientele like this, do we have the credits to have enough for a proper bribe of that level? Is what I'm saying.
That is a different question.
I'm sitting on 5,000 plus credits. Does anybody else have anything they could throw in on that bribe? Because if we can get up to 10, I think we're really starting to get in the range of the possibilities.
I only have 24,000.
24,000?
Yeah, I never bought
it. Other than the loans you gave other party members, you just banked it all. Good job.
Yep.
So we can bribe it.
Yeah, maybe
yeah, it's a possibility.
I mean, and
yeah,
then obviously, Gemma would get a higher percentage ownership maybe of the ships because they're liquid assets, so to speak. It's not like we can sell the moon, but I mean, we'll definitely get any. And this is me doing my negotiation thing. I'm like, since I'm putting in some money now, I know Gemma hadn't said anything about her putting in this money, but now that I'm putting money in, I'm like, well, here's what you're going to get in return for putting in our money.
All right. Rouge thinks if this is a planet that has bankers, Bankers don't usually have spines. So we find one who's working, we wait till he gets off shift, we shake him down, and we say, who owns facility or who deposits in facility Bay 3 Alpha? Once we get the name that we're looking for, then we go on our next leg of our journey. But at first, we have to shake someone down. We have to take them to a very high skyscraper and dangle them out the window.
That's not, dude. Number one, the guy's probably not going to know that information. There's a chance we could use his computer access to get the information. There's a chance that could work, but then we'd have to probably be able to work computers.
I'd like to say something.
Okay.
Threaten his life, and what if we don't even?
He doesn't type with his kneecaps, so he can lose those. Computers, the information we need.
True. I don't really want to maim the guy, is what I'm saying. I want to scare him or bribe him into helping us.
Yeah, the scaring is the second. The second
Yes.
part after the bribe doesn't work.
Well, I'm just saying I could break one of his kneecaps and tell him the second one can still be lost unless he gives us the information we need.
Okay, so it looks like we're leaning towards not going to XN 77346. We're gonna go to Coruscant.
Yeah.
Is that what I'm picking up from our conversation here?
No, not really.
Yeah, I mean,
I was thinking we go to NX whatever, and we find a banker that will look into that information.
Oh, so you're basically still wanting to storm the facility.
Well, not really storm it as if to blow the shit out of
You're
it.
not going to let us walk in, dude. Who are we?
Well, there's always my plan, which was more or less suicidal.
Well, I'm fine if you want to go to Coruscant and try the same method, but I was really thinking of us kidnapping a banker.
Well, I mean, look, that's what the other groups are going to do. So there's going to be they're going to be on high alert, and there's going to be a shortage of dumbass bankers right now.
Poor bankers.
Yeah.
Besides, here's the thing. If the dude's rich enough to afford that place, not going to be in the outer rim. Also, if he deals intermediaries, what makes you think he's not going to hire intermediaries to come after people who go into the bank?
Precisely. That's why, I mean, the bank is, it's good in lead if you have nothing else, but at this point, there's no way the guy's going to be there. We could get more intel if we go there, but
Honestly, we could probably get, if this guy is as important as he sounds, we could probably get the intel off of him, because he can probably just make a call and get the intel.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's
All right, so
Yeah,
y'all are
that's
dropping out of hyperspace and making for Coruscant. That's what I'm
Yeah.
hearing.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Give me a new astrogation check. This one is just difficulty 2.
And I'm going to give him a unskilled assistance on that as well.
This one is a what?
Difficulty of 2 purple. Coruscant. Finding a way to Coruscant is relatively easy.
It's pretty common.
and you get a boost.
You're still coming from the outer rim, so it's not easy, but it's pretty straightforward.
Damn it,
Okay.
Warburge.
I'm forgetful here, so real fast.
Wow.
Did we, when we killed the executive, which planet was he on? Of
Coruscant.
the Jedi?
You,
He was on Coruscant.
God damn it, I forgot. Oh, God. And the
Yeah, that's what I've been worried about this whole time.
Diggs, you're waiting on the fucking ship.
Oh wow!
And that's something that we could also check on as we're approaching. We should check. And
Yeah,
see
let's
if,
find out.
well,
if,
Ziggs, we need to find out how if they have images of Ziggs and if they're looking for him, and also our ship. Like if it's not safe for our ship to dock there, we need to dock somewhere else and take a shuttle into Coruscant. You know,
and whether or
we
not they have
immediately
SIGs with
get
his
locked
helmet
up.
on or off, because I mean, it's pretty easy to just change out of the armor.
We are bounty
we
hunters,
take our
so we
ship
might
on
be-
down to section. Our ship all the way down to section 1313 and park it there, where we know Coruscant security will not show up to.
Alrighty.
And as soon as whatever, if we need to stop beforehand to expedite the meeting, we will. Make a stop and so we can connect into the hyperspace stuff and. Hello, Coruscant guy. Can we set up a meeting? Blah blah blah.
Do you guys want to do that from while Roosh is plotting the course to Coruscant? Do you want to try to contact them then, or you
That
want
would
to
be-
wait till you're closer?
We might as
That
well
would be a great
take
plan.
advantage of the
Yeah.
time we have waiting.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Hey, dude, we're going to be on Coruscant in such and such
All right.
days.
So who's making the
I'd
call?
like to set up a meeting.
Who's making the call?
I'll do it.
Okay.
I'm gonna, under the guise of I have a very valuable egg that I need to store there.
Okay. So you contact, or you dial the information line, and after a few moments, actually, for humor's sake, I'm going to throw this out there. A race that you're not familiar with, small tannish brown skin, answers and in a somewhat shrill voice says, "How can I help you?"
Greetings, my friend. I'm calling in reference to your facility, your storage and high security facility. I have an extremely rare and valuable item that I need secured with the highest of discretion and.
Well, that is what we do. Do you wish to store your item in the core, mid-rim, outer rim?
Oh, it would only be safe in the outer rim.
Certainly. It says, do you wish to store it in hut space or Hapen space or Republic space?
Do I know which of?
Republic,
Where?
like
Okay.
Republic.
I'll say
space.
I'll say well in the interest of future relations, I will lean towards Republic space.
You can see like this creature is making motions with their finger, like their appendages, but like they're up in the air enough that you can see the motions being made. And at this point, you see that it's got like one of those little cybernetic enhancements on its head. So it's probably typing in some sort of who knows what.
That's tight. That's the rodeo, baby.
And it responds and says, well, we have 3 facilities with current openings in them. What size and type of item are you wishing to store?
Well, it is quite large. It belongs from a very, very dangerous planet. It would need to be a facility. I would think around 500 square feet. Yeah, I would think around 500 square feet would be the required space.
You can see her or it like interacting some more with the whatever it's interacting with. Biological, technological, or natural?
Dormant biological.
A few moments later, she says, we have 2 vaults that are open that would fit those criteria. One of them is at our Class G security facility, and the other is at the Class Z facility. Do you know the differences between our facilities at this time?
I have an idea, but it might be beneficial for you to describe the differences now.
The Class G facility is on a rather populated world. It has the best security that we can offer, of course, for the busy nature of its planet. But we do have the Class Z facility, which is on a moon that the company owns, and we have security presence of the entire planetary system at our disposal. That one, it would take a small armada to infiltrate unawares.
And that's what we want, right? The moon. Yeah. Okay. I'll say yes. I think the one privately owned by your corporation would be the most beneficial and advantageous for our business transactions.
She says, wonderful. Do you wish to meet a representative at our homeworld or here on Coruscant?
Well,
We're going to be on Coruscant in a couple of days.
yeah, we're already on the way to Coruscant. So
We'll find out where the homeworld is anyway.
yeah, I'm tempted to. I'll say I'm going to turn her question on her. I'm going to say, is your homeworld in the mid, outer, or inner rim?
Mid-rim.
Excellent, excellent. Well, we are on our way to Coruscant. As much as it would please me to be introduced to your homeworld as a xenologist myself, but let us, for the ease of transactions, let us make it Coruscant.
Very well. She says, I will transmit coordinates to our offices. And if you will, since you are on your way, if you will transmit to, and she sends you some another comm frequency, when you arrive in Coruscant systems, that we can arrange an exact appointment time and for your arrival.
Thank you very much. You've been most helpful.
Thank you, and have a good day.
Also you. And so, man, I'm like stoked. I'll tell the dudes, we're going to have an appointment. We'll be there in a minute. These guys are the real deal, y'all.
Archie, did you see the artwork?
Yes. We were almost headed to the Dolor sector, y'all.
Yep.
What?
All right. So you finally made got successes with an advantage. It will take you approximately 2 days to get to Coruscant from where you're at in the Outer Rim. Most of that is actually Outer Rim travel until you make it to a major hyperlane, and then it's straight shot, basically, type thing. Anything else in particular you guys want to accomplish before you make it to Coruscant?
I have to run something by my homies here. So I'm just going to tell them straight up. Here's my tactic. I know you guys might not approve. Tell me what you think if I can convince you that it's the best idea. I'm not going to try to lie to this man at all. I'm just going to come up to him and tell him the fucking truth. Look, you know, we're on this hunt. We're bounty hunters. We need this info. This is what's up. And I'm just going to tell him straight up. No
With
bullshit.
the bribe.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not going to make it seem like it's a big deal, but yes, I'm going to mention that we have assets at our disposal to facilitate his forthcoming with this information.
Okay, and I mean, if he tries to reject this, we can make it very clear his life's at stake.
No, dude,
Because we'll
did
have
you
two
not hear my
snipers.
sentence? I mean, that's what it said. It said, I mean, we will do it either way you want. If you want, I mean, if you want to do it the hard way, you want to do it the easy way. We got them both at our disposal.
Well,
So.
I'm saying we have a demonstration.
No, man,
if
we're not
he
gonna.
tries
We're
to
not
back
gonna.
out.
I don't.
No,
I mean,
no. That would be.
So you
that'd be
want to
too much like a
threaten him
threat.
openly? Yeah, nah. I wanted to make it be like as amenable as he would want it to be.
Can do. Here's how we can do it. The fear thing going. I'll go in with you, Torak. You try to charm him, schmooze him. If that doesn't work, I'll growl hard at him to get him to change his mind. Well, let's just say he's going to be blocking my fists with his face a lot. That's the information we need.
Nah, I'll take Warush because number one, you will actually punch him, and like Warush is my dog. He won't punch. Not like my animal, but like my homie. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not going to punch him until he says no.
Right. No, that's why I'm not taking you, because we're not going to punch him at all. Like if we need to do something, Warush is just going to grab him and we're going to take him to the roof, like Warush said. Like we're not going to hurt him in any way. We're just going to like pretend to maybe hurt him, sort of, but we're not actually going to do it. Right, Warush? And I look at you like, motherfucker.
I absolutely agree. I don't think that any violence towards this potential person that could help us would help. I'm even willing to give him a split of our cut and be like, look, we're going to do the great hunt. We're willing to give you 5%, 10% of our proceeds if you get us information that leads to us winning.
Yeah, I was debating on mentioning the great hunt. You think we should?
I'd say be a last resort.
If you're going to play good cop, offer him a percentage.
Last resort. That's like your ace in the hole good guy card.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay. All right.
But
So
I'm making it very clear Stiggs is going to overwatch the meeting with his rifle.
Well, my main well, no, you guys are going to be outside. I'm not letting y'all in there with your fucking weapons and punching people in the face. Come on, this is a business meeting.
You got to meet him outside somewhere, though.
What? He's not going to meet us outside.
It's a nice day. Just don't
This
worry
is why.
about it.
This is
This
why.
is Coruscant, dude. There's never a nice day. What are you talking about?
Okay, so
Don't worry. Sigs, he has to have an office. It'll
Exactly.
probably have a window view
And I have a
It'll be
pretty
a nice
high-powered
corner office
rifle,
with a-
so.
with a window view. There you go.
Okay, so I'll just have it nice.
All right.
We'll be fine.
So y'all got a plan.
Won't
Is
even
that
see it.
Whoever was going to look into whether or not there's any information saying that your ship is wanted, go ahead and make me a computers check, difficulty 3. I know y'all
Set
mentioned
up
that.
all this.
You guys want
I
me to
set up all this.
yeah, does anybody want to give me assistance on that? Because I mean, I'm the one that said that.
I'll assist since
I'm
I
going
know
to spend a
exactly
destiny
what
point, so
they're...
make it a red and 2 purple.
I
Okay.
can assist since, we're also kind of looking for information about me.
Okay, so that's one assistance.
Yeah, just get a boost dive, because there's only so
Yeah.
much that anyone can really help.
Yeah, I'm just really terrible at this. That's why I'm searching for them boosts, baby. Okay, here we go. Man, I wish Roos had said this. Oh, god damn it.
Okay. You find no information that indicates you guys are wanted or anything along those lines.
So, I mean, no news is good news, technically.
Right. Yeah.
Does the ship have
Here's my
a gun?
contact that got us here.
What? What'd you-
I was just saying that Gemma is sitting there going, "It was my contact that got us here. Now they won't even let me punch somebody in the face."
Oh, you'll probably get your chance to punch. Don't feel bad. We haven't got to our main target yet, so then I'm gonna unleash you, man. Do we have a shuttle?
No. You don't have a shuttle.
Damn it. Okay. Damn it. Damn it.
You got an air speeder and the two speeder bikes.
Okay.
Arush raises his hand and basically says, his paw, would you like me to maybe work on our transponder code again? Maybe I could change it.
Please. Last time we were here, we weren't. We didn't leave in the best of friends.
Okay. I'm going to change the name of
And
this.
everyone's eyes turn to look at Sigs.
Siggs is just gonna have a big smirk on his face, like, it was awesome.
I'm at his bigs, man. He got us through the mission. I mean, it sucked, but it happened. It was good, so it's fair enough.
Alrighty.
I'm going to
You
change
guys-
the name of the ship to the Solar Slug. Let's see what happens.
Oh, gosh.
You guys, are you really changing the transponder? I mean, you do realize, like, putting a fake transponder on is discernible, and going to, like, a major starport, that's where you're going to get caught with that.
I'm sticking with no news is good news, even though we as the players know we failed that check.
How difficult would it be to change the transponder without it being, having a good chance for it not to be noticed?
It's probably going to be, like, for someone else to notice that it's not the true transponder is normally difficulty 3. There is an attachment that ships can get that make it difficulty 4. But like if they're like, because of the security systems around Coruscant being the capital, like if you're ever going to get caught with a fake transponder, that's where you'll get caught.
Gotcha. All right. Well, maybe I tell everyone it's not worth the risk based on the equipment that I have on hand. And there's a good chance that they have no idea who shot that guy anyway.
And
Yeah, I mean, you
except for
guys
the fact
didn't turn
it was
up
just
any information,
broadcast
did you?
in public, a day or 2 days ago, however many days ago.
It's been a while.
I mean, I was there, and I still don't even believe Siggs actually did it.
That's true. It was a pretty unbelievable shot, and I give you a smile like, fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah, we
Alrighty.
pat Siggs on the back real hard.
All right, so you guys go through space transportation landing process. It's not that difficult. Pay the typical fees and all that good shit. When you contact the individual, or use the specific code that he gave you, Archie. an automated system answers and basically schedules you guys for a day from then, and it gives you a location to go, gives you a security clearance 10-digit passkey that it tells you you'll have to input into the security system to get access to the Class 2 turbo lift there.
Okay, so it was automated. There wasn't a way for me to push up the meeting date with my charm and charisma and shit.
No. I mean, it's basically like it gave you the opportunity to request a specific time, and basically you request the as soon as possible time slot, and this was the earliest one available.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so I'm gonna tell the guys. We have to wait pretty much 24 hours for the meeting. So we need to find a way to make these 24 hours useful for the hunt. Let's see if we can get some intel here on Coruscant.
I know for sure Sigs will want to scout out the building from the outside.
Okay.
Only because, again, sniper purposes.
Right. Now, keep in mind, he gave you a building, like an entrance of the building to go to, and it gave you the 10-digit key to use on the turbo lift.
And I'll remind you, like, we're not trying to shoot anyone here, but yeah, I mean, that's
Better
cool.
safe than sorry.
Yeah. Alrighty. So, Sigs, are you going out alone to survey this location?
I feel like that's a terrible idea. Anyone want to go with?
No, Gemma will go with you because.
All right. Are y'all taking the airspeed or the speeder bikes?
No, Gemma, you don't get the thing you're good at. We don't want you to do.
I'm gonna officially say the speeder bikes because he's not gonna want to listen to her rant this whole time.
Nice.
Oh.
Alrighty. So as you guys go to check out the building, basically you find one of those buildings that is like a Coruscant City block where you're not sure where like one part of the building starts and stops. It's got like 12 different entrances, and like you have a specific entrance number 3 to go into type thing. But because this is one of those like you think this might be one of the 1,000-story type buildings, and it's huge. Like there are some windows at the upper levels, like in the top 100 floors or so, but the lower levels don't even have windows. They're or if they do, they're so like smog and grime like covered that they don't look like windows.
Okay.
I mean, and this place is big enough. You remember in episode 2 when they do the chase through Coruscant, there's like that building they fly through the tunnel in.
Mm.
It's got 2 of those tunnels at one point. So
okay,
it's that size of building.
Okay, good thing I have a jetpack just in case.
All right.
Now will I be able to find any good angles that will keep me within extreme to long range of a good portion of a good view?
I mean, you could find that for any particular section of the building you want to set that up for, but you don't know what section the meeting's taking place in.
Then that's probably what I'd scout to try and find a good location for each that I could easily get to.
Okay. Well, I mean, you find dozens of particular spots depending on different angles or levels of the building. And I mean, it's a busy enough area. Like you could park an airspeeder in a spot if you wanted to, but you just don't have a way of knowing where this meeting is in the building.
Okay. So hopefully someone can get a comm in. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, well, we're going to be constantly in touch with each other via comms, so let's just say, we'll have a code word ready for like northeast and all of that stuff. I mean, it's going to be general, but it's it's not going to tell you floor 2, room 18.
But it would tell like a general height.
Yeah. So,
I
Torak and I are probably going to go in to speak to this person, I'm assuming.
Yeah, what I want to do is I want to put my gear, my guns, my jetpack, all my shit in a duffel and give it to Gemma. and have Gemma wait like outside. That way,
Okay.
you know, if we need to
Like
snap
in the airspeeder type thing.
right, exactly. That way I can have my gears accessible. I don't want to go in there, you know, jetpack on, big ass rifle, like, hey man, let's do business. That's not gonna fucking work out. But I need my shit close at hand. So I'm like, Gemma,
Okay.
here's a big ass rifle if you need it, and like, can you hold my shit for a sec? Is that cool?
All right. So day of the meeting, Gemma's in the airspeeder, basically drives you guys to the meeting. Warush, are you leaving your gear in the speeder as well? Like
Yeah, sure. I'll
the
just
overly
take my
obvious
Rick
stuff
blade.
anyway.
Yeah, I'll just take my Rick blade. That way I could look like a bodyguard.
Okay. Sounds good. Anything else y'all want to do before time of the meeting?
Not really.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, you first, brother. Go ahead.
Actually, I'm gonna have Sigs, because we should still have some time. Contact the what are they? Killix? Or what were they?
The White Ghost crew.
Yeah,
Okay.
and see if they have any information to share.
When you contact them after, like the comm like goes for a good minute or two before finally one of them answers, and they all look pretty much identical, so you're not sure which one it is, but it's got its image there, and it clicks and clacks and moves its appendages a little bit, and then a automated droid voice converses. Oh, my friend, how are you doing? And think the droid is got a deep core accent to its programming, basically, which is really weird sounding with the image above, with the delay and everything.
Yeah. Okay, so Sigs is just gonna just look back and be like, "Not bad. We were wondering if you had any information yet."
Oh, we have learned many things. We always learn many things. That is what we do.
Anything pertinent to what we're trying to accomplish together through our alliance?
It responds that we believe that the quarry is an extremely secretive individual and may not actually exist.
What has led you to believe such things?
Well, our usual methods of research are becoming quite unfruitful.
I see. So you have no leads whatsoever then?
Well, not no leads. Like I said, extremely secretive. They seem to be using many layers of secrecy. Like they have never been to the facility as far as we can tell. Whoever they are. Or it. We're unclear on that.
That's pretty fun.
Okay.
What about you? Have you found anything useful?
We're following up on a lead. I'll let you know if we find anything.
Wonderful.
We think they're on Hoth. We think they're on Hoth.
We're working a
Wonderful.
lead about Hoth.
Well, good hunting to you, my friend.
You as well. And I'll end the call.
And it gives right as you're ending the call, it reaches its hand up as though it's like scratching at that same area, basically towards you, like as a way of saying goodbye type thing.
Yeah.
I love how
Not
they
in person.
told us the information they stole from us.
Right?
Fucking birds.
I'm like, wow.
But they confirmed your intelligence already.
Essentially. So, fuck this guy.
They,
It was worth a shot.
I agree. That was good stuff.
All right. In that case, as you guys are heading into the meeting, Sigs, give me either stealth, skullduggery, or perception check, depending on which way you're going about staying unnoticed.
Ooh.
Because, I mean, you're a sniper on a speeder bike. That's not exactly the most discreet choice.
Yeah, I have to shoot. What do you guys seem to be better? 3 yellow and a green, or 1 yellow, 4 green, and 3 blue?
Depends on if you want triumphs or successes.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna go for successes on this. I just don't want to get spotted by another stupid assassin droid. These things are jacked up, man. These things are freaking jacked up.
See what you've done? You've given Chris a complex about droids.
Triggered.
It's wonderful.
What's the difficulty on this?
The difficulty on this will be 1 red and 2 purple and a setback.
Setback due to probably nothing I can negate, actually. So
just the skill level.
Okay. Are you fucking with me?
All right.
I swear I have the worst luck on this game ever.
All right. So next would be you guys, the two of you entering the facility. The entrance you go into is, it is definitely a secure area. Like as soon as you enter, it's definitely got like a business executive courthouse type vibe. Like it's a very nice entrance for Coruscant standards. Along the entryway, you see what at first glance appear to be carved statues, but you realize that it is actually 3 on each side. They are some sort of surveillance security droids that are just that still and painted to be unobvious in their nature. Once you make your way forward past them and through this lobby, you come to an array of 6 turbolifts. Each of them have a like when the doors are shut, they've got a double keypad panel that's kind of like going over it, like where it would lock and that kind of thing. And you can see a couple of hovering surveillance drone, like the little eye in the sky type cam droid type things that are near these, and each of the circular pads also has a hollow imager on it.
Okay, so I learned this trick in high school when you have to like walk past the security and shit. If you just walk like you have somewhere to go and you know where you're going, people won't bother you. So
Right.
that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna strode right up to the fucking, because they told me which elevator to use. They gave me a code and everything.
They give you a 10-digit code, so
Right.
you're not sure that it actually matters which elevator. There's no designations on the elevators.
Oh, they just told me. Okay, yeah, okay, yeah. So they just the access thing. Yeah. So I'm gonna go up to just walk up to the one that's right in front, right in the middle, and I got my Wookiee big body with me.
Okay.
And I'm gonna punch in that 10-digit code and just
Okay.
straighten my scarves and my leku.
When you do, like once you enter the code, the door slides open into. This is not like a bare bones elevator. This one it actually has like padded, carpeted type flooring, nice lighting. It is got soothing. Actually, as soon as when the door first opened, there's no music, but once you step in, it actually starts playing what is like considered the equivalent of classical music for a Twi'lek. Like it's soothing music. Like you realize that it scanned you and identified that you're the one who inputted the code. So it shows something from your homeworld, basically.
So they're playing like a Twi'lek opera. That's badass, man. I love it, man. The classics. Is there seats like plush benches?
No, it's not. It's not got that. Okay. And as the elevator goes, or the turbo lift goes down, you feel that slight movement, but it's a pretty high grade, so you can't tell how fast you're going. You just know that you're going down somewhere.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm going to mention to Arush, and I'm going to say, "Oh yes, I noticed the tune." And I'm going to just oh, this is some good.
Rattle off about how this what you know about. I mean, it's like the equivalent of like Mozart or something like that. I mean, it's nice, simple. It's not one that's actually got words to it. It's just the music, whatever it is.
Arush looks down at Torak and pretty much says, "It's okay."
Nice. But after 30 seconds, the doors slide open again, and you see that you are it opens into a small room. The room is like on like as you're walking out, it's about 5 feet to either side, and the room goes about 20 feet down. There is a half circle couch on one side of the room. Opposite you, you see another turbo lift door that does not have one of the punch numbers in it, and then on the side of the room opposite the couch, you see what appears to be some sort of labor droid, and it's got like a carrying like tray type thing that's like 18 inches deep and 3 foot by 3 foot, like a big box type thing. And as you guys step in, an automated voice that sounds actually to be you can tell that it is synthetic, but it's speaking with it's speaking in the Twi'lek native language with a Twi'lek accent. So it's not, basically you can tell that they're taking precautions. They don't know if your bodyguard is supposed to understand why he's here or anything like that. But it says, "Greetings. You must be," and it rattles off the name that you gave for your appointment. It says, "If you and your associate would deposit any weaponry and or communications and surveillance devices into the secure box provided, it will wait here for you until after your appointment."
So I'll nod up to Warush and I'll say, now would be the time to let the brothers know where we're at, and then I'll motion to the box, because I don't know if he speaks Ryloth or not, or whatever our language is.
I don't know what the language is actually called myself, but
Okay, so I kind of say, I don't want to let go of my Rick Blade, but then at the same time I'm saying where we're at to our buddies so they could hear us in the comm.
So what are you actually telling them? Because like I'm not sure you would know, other than the fact that you went down from the entrance that you came in.
Oh, well, in that case, I would just say lower sector of, right quadrant, and I would let them know what I see out the window.
There's no window.
Oh. Okay. Lower, whatever.
The
Lower
security's
sector.
high.
What's
Okay.
that?
The security level is high at this location.
Yeah, and I tell them, there's not even any windows in here, and I'm just complaining to my, my boss.
Okay. Do you guys put all of your weaponry and communications devices in the thing?
Yeah.
Yep, I put my comlink in there.
Okay. Once all of them are in, the other door the other turbo lift door opens. And there's another turbo lift. It looks identical to the previous one, in the same, like the music picks up right where it left off from the other elevator.
Yep, I head that way. Apologizing to Arush about his rig blade that we're going to get back. I promise him we're going to get that right back as soon as the meeting's over. It's all good.
Okay. Once you go down, enter the turbo lift, you feel it go down again. And after another 30 seconds, it opens up into it is a extravagantly, yet it's extravagant in its austerity. Like you can see small things that tell you the value and like the care and precision put into this meeting office type space, but it is not extravagant in the sense that it's like got gaudy stuff going on. Like we're talking like the floors are like the equivalent of like granite marble type stuff. The desks are like rare materials, but they're not.
It's all very tangible.
Yeah, it's very bare bones as far as the amount of stuff and the placement of things, but the actual materials used in the construction and the care to detail of the positioning is extremely specific. So when you enter, there is the same individual from the comm call and a protocol droid that are there waiting. The protocol droid does not actually have arms. It's just like the torso and legs, and the photoreceptors rather than having the two eyes, it's just got like a band photoreceptor type things. And the individual motions to a pair of chairs. The chairs are different sizes, so it's very clear which one is intended for the Wookiee. And he says, "Welcome."
I'm going to say, yes, greetings, my friend. It is, and I'm obviously surprised that it's the same individual, and but I'm happy. It's a happy surprise, and I'm like, yeah, I'm very pleased to see you again. And I look towards the droid, and I say, I know that there are certain protocols that must be followed, but it is, I think, in everyone's best interest if we were to speak in the utmost of privacy that you would be allowed to have.
Certainly, I understand. The droid is here not for surveillance purposes, but for details of contract preparation.
Excellent, and I'll visibly calm down, even though I don't actually think that. But this is part of the game that we're playing here, negotiating.
Right.
So I'll go and take my seat, very relaxed, and I'll motion for Warush to also just relax and stand down. Just get a drink, whatever he kind of wants to do. Just you're good type thing, and I'll say, I regret that. And is he going to come and sit as well?
Yeah, he sits across the table from me.
Great, excellent. So I'm sitting there very casually, and I say, I regret that I may not have been totally forthcoming with you when we spoke previously, and when I spoke to your attendants. But
the grin slightly droops a little bit at that.
And I say, I'm gonna acknowledge it, but I'm gonna try to just press forward, and I'm gonna say, but I assure you that our business arrangement will be profitable for all.
Well, I certainly hope so. Such matters are always of the utmost importance.
Yes, and I say, I know for a company such as yours that values its security so highly, there's nothing that you prize higher than that. But unfortunately, I come here with a matter of deep security, and then I'm going to explain. We're on the hunt. The guy we're after is going down. There's no way that they're going to be able to stop it. And I'm going to say, look, and this is when I'm actually going to start role playing again, because I don't want to go through the whole spiel of, we're on the hunt, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to say, he's going down no matter what. And in this way, you could still come to some profitable conclusion to this whole messy thing that has befallen your corporation here. So I'm here to make a deal, and we all we want to know is, who is this guy? If you can tell us anything about the guy who owns this one bay.
And at this point, Warush chimes in, or what? Like, who is this guy, or what is this guy?
Yeah, just any information they have on him. We need everything.
Mm-hmm.
She is quiet a moment as he or she, it's kind of hard to tell, you're unfamiliar with the species, is quiet for a moment and then says, "Well, I appreciate your candor. While I do not believe that our facilities could be breached easily, if, as you say, it is the Great Hunt that is about, it is certain that this candidate or this quarry will be taken down by someone at some point. Or a most unfortunate series of events would occur, and that would be that the Great Hunt has no winner this season. That would be quite beneficial for our security advertising." And he kind of lingers at that thought and kind of looks at you to see what your thoughts are to that.
I'll say, I'm sorry. I'm gonna give him sorry about that, guys. I'm gonna give him a smile and say, I see how that would definitely be a boon to any press that you may have, but I didn't recall much press on your company in the first place. But the main point is that aside from myself, and then I'll start naming some of these other competitors, like all these Mandos that are on it, the Gank Squad, all this shit,
Right.
Make it obvious to the motherfucker. You guys aren't gonna fucking be able to get past this one. They'll blow your shit up, man. We got SIGs over here who's ready to blow you up right now. I'm not gonna say that, but I'm saying that that's the type of individuals you're dealing with right now. And then I'll mention to him, that and this is when I'm gonna drop the hammer, because obviously I haven't sweetened the pool yet. But I'm gonna say obviously we have assets at our disposal already that we can offer you, and then we have a lot of assets that we can use to facilitate further deals between us.
He says, I am certain we can come to a mutually beneficial decision. The only question are the details and terms. He says, and are you wanting to ensure that not only my company, but I come out ahead in this dealing?
Of course. We would show any level of discretion necessary to ensure that the corporate image of your corporation is maintained, and of course, we want to make sure that we can make it worth your while personally, as well as make sure that your corporation isn't a problem for you in the future or us.
At that point, he looks to the droid. Instigate protocol 1734 beta. The droid says 1734 beta confirmed. And the droid's photoreceptors turn off at that point.
That 1734 beta was what I was looking for right from the start, baby.
The individual then looks to you and says, well, because of the dangerous nature of what we are trying to prevent in an assault on our facility and the potential breach of its contents, one of the company would want assurances that you would pay for any damages to our property and facilities through the process of your great hunt.
While I do sympathize with potential losses that bounty hunters such as my compatriots may, and by compatriots I obviously mean my competitors, would might bring down upon your facility, I do think it may be most prudent to come to some sort of a percentage arrangement. While I feel for you, I don't think it would be prudent for us to offer full compensation, considering that we came to you in the hopes of preventing that from happening, and we will continue to do our utmost to ensure that your facility is maintained as well as its reputation.
He
And then Warush chimes in, yeah, we can't be responsible for all those other hunters.
He says, I appreciate the warning of the other hunters' intentions, and that goes a long way towards the good faith that you are establishing with our company. But in order for us to breach the contract of our client and give you the information you seek, one of two things must occur, and that is either the breach of the facility from an outside source, i.e. your competitors, or we receive due just compensation from someone who notifies us of such imminent threat. So if you will not pay for the damages that may be incurred and the associated fees, then we will not have any reason to give this information to you as opposed to one of your competitors.
Ooh,
So
you could let them know the other teams.
Yeah,
He did rattle off some of the names
Yeah,
to show the importance of the.
That was that might have been a foolish bargaining loss, but whatever, it's cool. I'm going to mention. Well, if you don't think that a percentage, I was thinking.
We are perfectly fine taking installments as you are able to pay them. And
okay, well,
obviously, if no attack occurs, then you could get this information at quite a bargain.
Yes, I agree. That is what I'm thinking. If we can come to an agreement and secure our target swiftly, the hunt will end and there will be no assault. So that is obviously the most beneficial outcome for all. I suppose, considering that you are willing to allow us to reimburse you as we are able, that we would be willing to cover at least half, maybe, and I'm trying to wheel and deal here, and perhaps a little bit more.
Negotiation check. Difficulty. It's been a destiny point. Difficulty of 3 red and 1 black. After the upgrade from the destiny point.
Do you guys want me to flip a deal in my bobber on this one?
Oh
Sure.
yeah.
Okay,
Your rolls we need to make.
I'm gonna flip it.
Just don't have my luck.
I'm gonna do it, baby. Here we go. Oh, god damn it.
You had my luck. Actually, that might be worse than my luck.
So basically, what ends up happening, like, basically he's agreed. Okay,
Yeah.
like it's not a question of whether or not a deal is struck; it's what the fees and percentages wind up being.
Yeah, so basically, I'll say we'll end up paying like full 100% to.
Yeah, basically, you end up
cover it.
agreeing to the full fees, but with the advantages, you get it to where
Can
the
I?
installments are going to be capped by up to 7% of your group's quarterly earnings each year. So basically, until whatever the totals end up being, and that could be paid off in 1 quarter, or it could be paid off in decades, depending on
Yeah, how
what
much?
ends up happening and how much y'all are making, type thing.
Do you guys want that deal, or should I try to get something else with the advantages?
Okay, look, he's going to give us the info, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And all we're doing is paying back the damages that would be done to his facility,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
This is a sweet deal.
Like a sweet
No, we're cool with this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, that's fabulous, man. Yeah, I'm totally cool with that. The only what I was gonna say was maybe we could get the shit from inside the vault with those advantages, but there's really no reason we want it. It's just like another hint and clue. But hopefully we'll get enough info off of him, so that is straight. I will seal the deal.
Okay.
Give him that hearty handshake and
once that is agreed upon between the two of you, he says that, or he then looks to the droid and says the same numbers again, waking the droid back up, basically. And then he rattles off the agreed upon terms. Like, basically, the droid wasn't dealing with things as the negotiation occurred, but now he's like restating the terms that you guys just agreed to. Give me a perception check. Difficulty of 1 red, 3 purple, and 2 setback.
You're talking to just Archie, right?
Both of you. Either of you can do it. Either or both. 1 purple, 3 red, 2 setback. Okay. So as far as you guys can tell, everything is exactly as you just agreed upon. All the fees are outlined. The droid then basically, once he's dictated all that stuff to the droid, at that point, the droid kind of, the photoreceptors flicker a few times, and then a panel on the desk slides away, and there's a data pad for you guys to input information, and it's basically asking, like, basically you're filling out loan paperwork type thing, filling out the contract with your personal details and that kind of stuff. And once you fill it out, there's a spot for you to basically plug a data, or it spits out like a data chip that you can then plug into your data pad and have a full copy of the contract agreed upon terms and all that good stuff. Once it's done, the droid starts to walk towards the back of the room, and then he basically kind of sits there, steeples his fingers a moment. Well, the information is being gathered. How fast would you like it?
Well, the sooner we can get it, the less you guys will have to rebuild your facility. And the less bad PR you'll have from the other bounty hunters causing trouble. So, yeah, as soon as possible.
He says, yes, as soon as possible. And he nods and he gives that toothy grin like the pitcher has. He says, but how fast would you like it? Because at this point, Archie being the traitor type, you realize that basically what he's now saying is, what's my personal bribe?
Yeah, I hand him our collected credit chip, which I think has maybe, how much were we? 10. What did we agree on? I have 5 on it. I got 5 on it.
And I got 3.
I'll throw down 20.
Okay.
So there's 28 on it, from what
Yeah.
you all are saying?
Yeah.
He takes the offered thing and he pulls out a small data reader from his own pocket and swipes it. And then he his eyes kind of go wide, although with that species you're not entirely sure the implication of that. And then he says, oh, most fortuitous. I believe the information will be arriving at your ship momentarily.
And I smile happy. I give him.
I do not believe you will be able to beat it to your ship.
What did he say?
He said, I do not believe you will be able to beat it to your ship.
And I give him the same toothy grin, except mine is mine's equally as creepy because I got the sharp, pointy teeth. The first time I look like a true bounty hunter, I give him that kind of bounty hunter grin.
At which point he presses a button on the desk that you didn't even it was flush with the desk, but he hits a spot on the desk and a slight indent occurs, and the turbo lift door opens behind you guys. It says, I hope we do business again in the future.
And as I'm turning and walking away, and I'm going to say, yes, contact me if you need a beast. Because I'm happy with this deal, man. We got pretty good here.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. The turbo lift goes back up. The droid is in the exact same spot when y'all get to that secondary security room. Basically, all your stuff doesn't look like it's moved at all. It doesn't even look like the droid shifted positions at all or anything to where things moved even a millimeter or anything like that. Then you go back up the second elevator, back outside.
Calm them as soon as we get our contact. We're on the way out.
Yeah, they were gone for approximately an hour total from the time you guys lost contact to the time they calm you saying they're back out.
Did anybody get hit in the face?
No one got hit.
I say we only got
Okay,
hit in the wallet.
that's good.
Gemma,
All right, that's good. That's fine.
after they calm you that they're on their way back out, give me a perception check. Actually, Gemma and Siggs. Gemma, yours will be difficulty of 3 purple and a setback. Siggs, yours will be 2 purple, 1 red and a setback. Because you're further away in your sniper roots type thing.
Yeah. Are you?
Nice.
This is the stupidest night of my life for girls. Oh my gosh.
So failed with a threat.
And a triumph. Don't forget the triumph.
And you both got triumphs. Nice.
But I
Yes, he
succeeded at
passed.
mine.
He actually passed.
All right. So, Gemma, you realize as you're waiting there that someone is watching you. You realize you're under surveillance. So those guys take strain equal to the threats you rolled because basically you're just for this whole hour, you're just kind of on pins and needles, not sure ways this whole mess could go wrong playing through your head type thing.
Fair enough.
So with your triumphs, y'all have any ideas for them?
No, I'll let you handle this one.
Okay.
I got an idea for y'all. At least for Donnie. You know, in the movies, when the speeder passes by and blocks the view, and then the person disappears, that's what Donnie does with this free maneuver. He notices that they noticed him, and then like the speeder passes by, and then like, oh shit, where'd he go?
Well, I'm in our speeder.
Well, there you go. A speeder passes in front of, in between you two, and then like you make a turn, and they're like, "Oh shit, I lost him."
Okay, I'm going to do a variation of that, and for Chris's triumph, since Chris hasn't spoke up, we're going to say, Chris, the triumph for you is that you don't notice who is surveilling Donnie, but they haven't noticed you either at all. Like, they don't realize that there's another team member in the vicinity.
Okay.
So Donnie, basically, you get that tingling feeling as you're like sitting there in the like parked somewhere near the building, not necessarily like at the front door because other people have to get in that lane type thing, but you're parked in a readily accessible spot type thing, and basically you get that sense that something's up, and at that moment a courier van like type vehicle, airspeeder, pulls into the parking area next to you, and at first your instincts are like, well, it must be that driver because it like pulls in right as you get that feeling, but then all of a sudden that van explodes and like shrapnel comes like pelts your car and explodes all the way around you as you realize that the van just took a miniature rocket for you.
All right then.
Holy shit.
So rather than like a vehicle cutting off vision of Donnie and Donnie like running or whatever, it's more of a cut off vision by like getting in the way of the shot that someone was giving him. So everyone can roll. Actually, Donnie and Siggs roll vigilance because y'all are caught unprepared. The other two of you will hear them over the comm links, like in surprise type thing. So you guys, once you join the fight, you'll be rolling cool for initiative. But go ahead and roll your cool because I'm going to go ahead and assign the initiative slots. It's just you guys won't get to enter the fray until the third round.
All right.
So we got 3 successes advantage, 2 successes, 3 advantage, 2 successes advantage. Okay. Alrighty. So at this point, let's see here. What is there? Cool. So one of them goes first. All right. So we got NPC, player, NPC, player. So, so the first thing will be there's as you guys are reacting, Siggs and Donnie, you see a group of basically it looks like at first it looks like just street thugs that are on a trio of speeder bikes, and they are kind of zooming around and coming to bear to where they're going to make a run with the weapons attached to the front of their bikes at Donnie. And they're going to go first.
I'm sorry, what kind of people were they?
It looks to be like gang members. Like, you don't recognize them. Let's see here. So that's actually that. Archie, not Archie, Gemma, what's your range defense?
1.
Okay. All right, here we go. Oh, they hit you for, let's see, 8 damage. Or actually, no, I'm sorry, it's 9 damage, so.
2.
Okay. 2 wounds is basic. Like these are like kind of like the speeder bikes from episode 6, but these are actually capable of hovering more than a few meters off the ground. They're actually air speeder bikes.
Okay, but what are they blasting at me with? Like just
It's basically the equivalent of a heavy blaster rifle that's mounted to the front of the bike.
Okay. All right. If nobody minds, I want to go first on this round.
Go for it.
It's 2 of y'all now, and then 2 of them.
Yeah, I'll go second.
I'm going to grab the duffel bags, weapons, and then make a break for the building.
Okay. That's easy enough. Let's see here. Basically, action to pilot your speeder over to the ramp that you can climb up type thing, and then maneuver, hop out, and run for the door.
Yeah.
Okay, so you'll be at the front entrance basically at the end of your round. Next up, probably Sigs.
Yeah, I'll take it.
The other 2 of you are in an elevator, so.
All right, let's see here. So, how many people are there exactly?
You see 3 of them on these speeder bikes.
Okay. And only one of them is fired, right?
No, all 3 of them shot. Only one of them hit. Only one of the bolts, like flying through the air, actually hit Sigs. Not Sigs, Gemma.
Okay. Shoot, so I can't get quick strike on him. Okay. Given the fact that Sigs has been set up, though, can I get a free boost on that?
No, because you weren't. I mean, you were covering the building. You weren't aiming at these guys. You can still use your maneuver and aim at them.
Yeah, I'll use my true aim, or whatever it's called, to get my lovely free
They have.
mumbo jumbo.
They're going to be at a long range from you.
Ooh, sweet. That means I get
So that's 3 purple, and they have 1 range defense. So 3 purple and 1 black.
Okay, and then I do get a decrease difficulty because they're at long range.
Okay.
So that goes down to 2 purple and 1 black. Also because they're at long range, though, I get to throw in an extra blue die for my helmet.
Okay.
So. Oh, and then I get another free blue die because of my true aim. So. Yeah. I love this gun. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, and then I also. Well, yeah,
Damn.
it doesn't let me add it. But I also get the 2 free advantage on top of
Okay.
that.
So what's the base damage of your gun?
Base damage of 12. So.
17 damage.
17. And then I get a free crit. Well, not really free, but I get a crit.
Okay.
Oh, it also has 3 pierce.
17, effectively 20. So, all right. And you crit.
What's the crit rating on your rifle?
It just takes 3.
Yeah. So you got 1 advantage left. What are you going to do with that?
I'll pass it along. Also, for the roll, I also have the lethal blows 5. So
You don't have to. You're not rolling the crit. So basically, this bolt flies out of nowhere as you're making a beeline for the entrance, Gemma, and it hits. It misses the first guy. It hits the engine block of his speeder, though, and the speeder explodes. And he goes, and the bolt continues through it and hits the second guy, and then the debris from the speeder hits the third guy. And like he crits the one, killing 1, and then does enough damage to kill the other 2. Although you're pretty sure the third one didn't die from the actual debris hitting him. It's the fact that he fell off of his speeder in Coruscant space, like 900 stories up.
Oh,
All right. So then the other 2 bad guys. Sigs, you just got their attention.
Can I make them have to locate the shooter? Because my distance?
No.
Damn. Because I was going to say, against my stealth check, that'd be pretty darn hard.
With the type, like that kind of weaponry, you're doing freaking 20 points of damage, basically. Yeah, that's
Hey, you can't blame me for trying.
what is your range defense?
Range defensive 1. Also,
Range defensive 1. Okay. So
I
there
think,
is a second group of 3 speeder bikes that
yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna
turn
want to
towards you.
dodge
Okay.
as well, just to be safe here. But I like me some dodge.
Okay.
So I'll dodge 4.
So upgrade it 4 times.
Yep. 'Cause I again really don't like being shot.
Okay. So they're going to maneuver with their bikes to short range to you. And then they're going to upgrade the 2 purple, or I mean the 1 purple from short range would become 2 red and a purple. And they miss you. Their 3 advantages, though, they are going to inflict a setback on your next roll, and they're going to give their next ally a boost die. And then the next ally, there is an individual that makes his way. Gemma, as you're running for the entrance, this guy, he was wearing like the smuggler's coat type thing, and he throws it off. And when he does, you see a series of rods that are in his hand, and he snaps them out, and they assemble into like an electrostaff looking device. And he basically is in the way of the entrance between you and the entrance now, and he steps towards you to attack you.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna try to fight me hand to hand.
Yeah, I hope this guy knew who he was about to fight, or he's gonna be pretty fucking pissed off when he gets his head knocked off.
Doesn't he have to pass a fear check as well or something?
Minute he and I become engaged.
What difficulty is your fear check?
It's only 1, but it's still something.
True.
Better than nothing.
If he rolls like you guys did earlier, then
Yeah,
but he didn't. So
we can always help.
Someone actually finally passed it.
what is your melee defense, Gemma?
1.
Okay, and do you have dodge or sidestep or anything like that? And if so, are you using?
Oh, I do have dodge of 1, and I am using it.
Okay. So that upgrades at once, right?
Yeah.
All right. Spend Destiny point. As this tough-looking fella moves to strike you with his electro. Is that what this thing is? Electro staff? Yeah. It's a variation of the electro staff. Okay. So he hits. So that is plus 3. 11 damage, pierce 2. And
Okay.
with the 2 advantages, he's going to sweep you and knock you prone, basically, as he strikes you and knocks your feet out from under you.
No worries.
Yeah. He doesn't know you have the kip up or whatever it's called, the spring up or whatever.
Yeah.
He will after this round.
Oh, yeah.
So then it is the last 2 player characters, which means they're riding the elevator up, and you can hear over y'all's comlinks the sounds of a fight breaking out. Then it is top of the round, which is a bad guy, which will be the same guy attacking Gemma again. Do you wish to dodge again?
I certainly do.
Okay.
He really doesn't like you.
Are you spending a destiny point?
No, it's a strain for the dodge.
No, I mean, you can spend a destiny point to upgrade his attack as well.
Oh, yeah, actually, we will. So
And he missed you because of that. So, oh wait, hang on. He's still gonna miss you, but since you're prone and he's melee attacking you, he gets a boost. Okay, so it's just a 0 on the success failure.
Yeah.
But I needed to roll to see if he got an extra advantage. So, with the advantage, he is going to. So he's got 3, so he's going to give himself boost dice when he attacks you next time.
okay, so my turn.
Yeah, 2 of y'all's turn, you and Sigs, basically.
Let's see. I'm going. Let's see. I want to make sure if this does another point of strain to use frenzied attack to upgrade my attack once.
Okay.
Does he have any?
It's difficulty of 2 red and 1 setback.
Wow, why is it 2 red?
Adversary 2.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try and hit him with 2 weapons.
Okay, so that would be 2 red and a purple then.
Yeah.
Setback.
I'm also gonna aim, and let's see how the dice play out.
Nice.
Ooh,
How much damage is that?
14 twice.
Wait, 14? With melee? Or, I mean, brawl?
I know. I'm sorry. It's my bad. It's not 14. I was looking at something else. It's 8.
I was about to say, I am now terrified.
Yeah, no
I've had
shit.
lightsaber
No,
holders not be able to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 8 twice with Pierce 1, and
Okay.
I got a crit.
What's the crit rating again?
So,
What's your crit rating? 2?
huh?
Okay.
So I hit
it's
twice. So
8.
that's
So effectively
8 and
9
8.
twice. So that's that. And then roll your percentile for your crit.
Okay, this has vicious 1, and
Okay.
I've got 3 lethal blows.
So plus 40.
All right, so that's
I did say you were going to knock this motherfucker's head off.
Not quite there yet. We're getting there.
Does he have any a hardened or?
Durable, no.
Okay, so that's 107. Horrific
How much?
injury.
No, it would be 117.
Yeah, you said you had.
Blinded.
Oh yeah, okay, 117. Blinded.
Okay. So,
Huh?
and what's your weapon again? Vibro knuckles?
Vibro knuckles.
So you hit him like, basically like you do a haymaker uppercut type thing since it's a frenzied attack, and you slash across one eye and the cut goes above the other eye. So like one eye is just out, like needs severe medical treatment. The other eye's got blood pouring in front of it. Since it doesn't make them like completely blind, it just upgrades their checks. So twice. So.
Yeah, upgrades the difficulty of all checks.
So you
twice.
take one eye out and blood in the other eye type thing.
Worth it.
Sigs, you're up.
All right. Since I was still technically in this perch, will I get, now that I'm actually focused on these guys, will I get that blue die, or is it just because we're in action I don't get that kind of thing?
You're on a speeder bike, dude.
No, that's true. That's true.
I mean, it's not, you're not in a sniper's roost. You said you were going to be on the bike so you
Yeah, I
can move around.
did stay on the bike so I can move around.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll use my true aim maneuver on these fools trying to
Okay.
shoot me here.
So it's one purple, one black because they're at short range.
The black being from the last turn, right?
Oh, actually, it's the second black because
Okay.
they have range defense 1.
Okay, just wanted to verify that.
Which
I don't think
one black.
there's anything
I
else
hate
I
to be
need.
those guys in the next few moments. as you take out all three of them again.
Oh,
As the shot pierces not one but two of the bike's energy cells, and somehow you hit the two on either side, and the explosions crumple the guy in the middle, and he just goes tumbling off his bike, and his speeder bike goes flying through the air without a driver. Way too many.
And let's not forget the 2 free ones I get. So let's see, that's 3, 6, 9.
they're dead.
Oh, yeah, I have
Total
1 to
10.
pass on, and I still have the Triumph.
Yeah.
That's why I was wondering if I could still have the Triumph to try and.
All right, so that's the end of 6 combat, because you can't even see the front door from where he's at.
Can the Triumph be the guy that fell off? Did his speeder possibly kind of spiral out of control and do some damage to the guy trying to hurt Gemma?
No, it's the other direction.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
All right, so top of the round, you guys are stepping out of the elevator, out through the entryway. You can see Gemma in a brawl with a guy who's bleeding from his face and has an electro staff in his hands.
And he has the duffel bag.
Well, it's probably sitting next to him where he got knocked prone type thing.
I'm running.
Yeah, I would have had to have dropped them.
I'm gonna run straight up to the guy if I can make it and attack with my Rick Blade.
Okay. Let's see.
I don't need whatever else is in my bag.
All right. It'll be basically from where you're at to where they're at is medium range, so you'd have to take 2 strain to get a second maneuver to go up there and attack.
Sure.
Okay. So difficulty 2 red and a black.
And I guess this would be melee using the Rick Blade. All right. Just gonna give my friend an advantage.
As he,
did you remember the blue die you get from me?
No.
Moves to the next ally. That might make a difference. 1/3 of the time, it'll mean you hit.
So,
It's 2 boost dice for the.
so basically, I come in there and I'm slashing the Rick Blade, and I'm just kind of making all kinds of noise, distracting him enough to give my friend
Yep.
2 boost advantages while this guy's busy trying to avoid me.
Archie, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna baseball slide to the duffel.
Okay. Double maneuver. Are you taking strength for a second maneuver and still taking an action, or are you just sacrificing your action to get there?
Yeah, I need to use. Well, I don't need an action. What's getting something out the duffel?
A maneuver.
So I can't get it this round anyway. Yeah, so now I just downgraded. So I'm at the duffel. I slid to it and grabbed it. Slid across the marble floor, looking all cool. Leku swinging out behind me.
Okay. Let's see here. So then it is the top of the round. It's a bad guy. The blind guy with the electric staff is going to swing at an opponent. Odd, he will randomly pick Gemma, and even will be Warush, since he can't actually discern between the two of you since he's blinded. So Odd happens to be Gemma that he picks out.
I'm spinning a strain for dodge.
1 level of dodge, okay. And you have one melee defense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He hits for
Son of a.
Well then.
he hits you for 12 damage, pierce 2.
Ooh. Yeah, Oh yeah. I am punching him the.
Flip the fucking
No.
table, man. Flip it. I see that shit on your face, buddy. Flip
Next
that
up
shit.
is all 4 of you in whatever order you're wanting to go. So This poor guy doesn't
I'm punching
realize
him.
how bad his situation just got.
Are you knocked the fuck out, dude?
I'm aiming. I'm gonna punch him, and I'm taking those 2 boost die too. Oh!
I'm gonna say he's
Oh!
dead. Hopefully.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you could do a crit.
Oh, wait.
What?
So y'all have seen Spartacus, like the HBO series Spartacus, right?
Yeah. One crit.
Yeah.
There's this one scene to where Spartacus was in a fight, and he rips his sword up and slices its face off.
Well,
I want to do that with my
roll
vibro knuckles
your
to this guy.
percentile, because you could roll a 1 and only get like an 80 here. So, I mean.
Only get it.
All right, so it's 40, 50.
You've got plus
Hold up.
40.
The Triumph will give me 1 crit, and then
Yeah. You've got plus
10.
40 on the roll, plus 40 from you, and plus 10, so it's plus 90 to the roll. You kill it.
He's dead.
Yep.
I sliced the front half of his face on vibro knuckles.
Not that you can really identify it as a face from because of the previous hit, but yeah.
Yeah.
So I say, damn it, Gemma, as I'm about to scold you, and then I look at you and you're all fucked up, and I'm like, oh, well, let's get out of here.
Yes. Let's.
All right.
You better have gotten that information.
Yeah, I'm gonna say good hit, man, because I don't want to get knocked out myself. And I realized you were like completely 100% fired up.
Baruch pats Gemma on the back and says, "While you guys were horsing around down there, we were in some serious negotiations."
Pointing to the exploded van. While you say this, I'm pointing to the exploded van, then the wreckage around the building of the other speeders.
We had some fine food and drink while we were talking about our discussions. It was really brutal.
I swear to
I think he's on his
Push you
way
out of
because
this
he's not
air,
even
Peter
a part of
Waters.
it, so he's already on his way back to the ship. He's done his part.
All right.
push you out of this airspeeder. I'm strong enough to do it too.
Yeah, we're loading up. We're getting out of here.
Okay, so
Damn, that was a punch.
Yeah, it was.
Like now I know why they pay you money for that shit, Gemma. I might watch a match. That was crazy.
All righty. So y'all will head back to the ship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 shots, 6 kills.
All right. Let's see here.
Oh yeah, can we roll our cool or whatever?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Cool or discipline to recover strain.
Cool.
Oh, SIGs.
Mine both suck. Let's see here. I'll take it.
SIGs, as you're on your way back to the ship, your comlink beeps at you.
Okay, I mean I have a built one
Yep.
into my helmet, so I'll take it while I'm speeding along.
When it first opens up, you hear like some staticky crackling sound, and then you hear the droid that interprets for the insectoids for you. And as you realize the staticky sound was clicks and pops and stuff. And the droid says, "My master would like me to inform you that we have found that your life may be in imminent danger."
You don't say.
He does say.
Okay.
As the droid sounds like insulted that you would have said.
And
Yeah.
what sort of imminent danger might this? Oh man, I'm getting so pissed. These guys might that be?
Well, it seems that one of the ruffians that are competing against you have hired a swoop gang to attempt to hurt you and your friends. My employer, or my master, would like me to inform you that the ruffians should not be a threat to beings such as yourselves, but perhaps you should know so that you are aware of such.
Thank you for the information. Under my breath, I am about to curse these people.
You are most welcome, my friend, the droid says.
Any useful information about the mission? Yeah.
There's like clicks and clacks and crackles and stuff, and then the droid says, "Oh yes, my master would like you to know that we believe that the individual we are seeking is." The droid like pauses a moment as like there's like a clicking and clacking. It says, "Has had dealings with the Black Sun. We believe that the Black Sun group may have an advantage in this competition because of that."
Wonderful.
You are welcome for the sharing of information. My master would like to know if you have anything to add or to share in kind.
Just remember, blow up the bikes. And with that,
Blow up the bikes?
blow up the bikes. And with that, I'm just going to disconnect.
Okay.
Fucking hate these guys.
Alrighty. You guys get back to your ship without any further ado. When you get there, when you guys arrive, there is a beeping comm message indicating a data packet is waiting to be downloaded, basically.
Yeah, I make sure it's firewalled and secured, and or I get with Roosh to make sure that's what's up. If I have to put it on a data crystal or whatever, so that it's not like trackable or traceable or whatever, get that and get it. Get the transmission.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. You guys go ahead and give me a computers check. Difficulty 2 with 2 setbacks to see if you keep things secure adequately. All right.
Thank God.
Alrighty.
Nothing to write home about, but he got the job done.
Exactly. Sometimes that's all you need.
These days, that I will be grateful for that.
Alrighty. Once you get it sequestered, the data packet has a business as well as a copy of the contract that the individual signed or that was designated and whatnot. It's got a business that is a Corellian company. It doesn't have like complete details about that company or anything like that. It's just got a copy of the contract. You find that whoever it is paying 10,000 credits a day for this facility, and that the contract has been in place for 7 years and has been prepaid for the next 17 years.
Does it say what's in
Well,
there?
It does not have an itemized list, no.
And so, like the name of the person who signed it, it's the Corellian Corporation.
Yeah, it's a corporate contract. It
So,
does not-
let me ask you this. According to let me just look at exactly what I wrote, and then let me check this back by you. We're supposed to take the person who got the thing. So, I mean, do we take the CEO?
That's really that's up to you guys as to how you interpret it.
Confirm and return the person who rented the facility.
Right. So basically, you now need to get information on the company to find out who was the one that negotiated this contract. Apparently,
Is there a signature, maybe like a employee ID or anything, a name on the signature or something like that that would help us further along in the company?
it indicates that it was. It has the company title. It says that it's got like the equivalent of like a tax ID number or something like that. And it's under like the how like it says representatives of so and so on a contract, usually like buyer's representative or whatever. It has buyer's representative, comma, treasurer. So
Excellent. That is what we needed because the corporate hierarchy of a corporation is public record.
right.
so we can get that. Especially being on Coruscant, we should be able to do that. We're going to make sure we get that information before we leave the system. But we're going to head to Corellia as soon as possible.
Okay.
Right? Am I good good in assuming that based on this information, y'all would have think that would be the best bet?
Yeah.
As long as we
Yeah.
verify that he's also there.
Right. I think that's the good lead. Absolutely.
Okay, so yeah, let's find out who the treasurer was and then try to trace his whereabouts.
Okay.
We
Give
need the
me
treasurer at the
a.
time of date of this, the purchase of this, not the current treasurer. I mean, we need to get
Right.
the one that was at the exact date of
7 years.
fucking
7 years
signing.
ago. All right. So, give me a knowledge education check, because that's researching like bureaucracy and stuff like that, or finding out about bureaucracy. This is going to be difficulty of 1 red and 3 purple. Because you have a specific date you're looking for, it'll give you a boost die. But because it's like one company and out of a large number, you'll have 1 setback as well. So.
Who is our most educated person?
That's you, man.
The
I
Wookiee.
have xenology, all my knowledge skills, and I have memory for all.
I'm gonna use a force die.
Destiny point.
Okay.
Destiny point. And what's the difficulty? 1 purple,
3 purple, 1 red, 1 black, and you get a boost.
3 purple, 1 red, 1 black, and I get a boost.
Yep.
All right. Let's see what happens here.
Okay, so you find a discrepancy as you're looking into this. The date and time signature for this contract, you're not sure who actually signed it, because as you start looking into it, the treasurer for this company was reported missing 24 hours before this contract was signed and was found dead 3 days later on Corellia.
I'm thinking this is the corporation itself is doing some shady shit.
No, that means somebody comes
Now,
in
remember-
tracks well, and we're back to square one, man.
No, we're
Let
not.
me
No,
ask-
we're not.
Well, both of your interpretations could be correct. Like, either one of you could be right with what you've got.
What do you,
Here's what I'm thinking is somebody obviously had the juice to kill the guy, hide it, and send somebody here to track. To account the fact that the dude doesn't even exist and they've been working through intermediaries, I'm thinking it's a corporate higher up.
Warush, give me another knowledge check. This one will just be the 4 purple and a boost, no setback, and no red dice.
4 purple and a boost, no setback.
can I ask you this? Was there any other information in the data packet, like any surveillance records or security records or details, like of the deposit of the artifact? The actual signing stuff, like, because there was high security when we went in to sign the shit. Where's the photo of the guy who came in? We need some of that info as well.
Well, keep in mind they told you that there was no. Whoa.
Bless you.
Yeah, it was a droid.
As-
It was a droid, but I mean that's straight, man.
As Donnie just about killed himself with that sneeze, it sounded
Yeah.
like.
You all right, brother?
Actually, those are that's one of my quieter scenes.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
All right, so Warush still looking, doesn't find
Yeah.
this particular detail that I was thinking y'all would. So, like, you're having a hard time finding the detailed records about this company on Corellia and whatnot. The conclusion you come to, though, is that basically it is. you're finding that there are records about this company on Coruscant, but there's not details, which would indicate that it's not a huge corporation in galactic standards, if that makes sense. We're not talking like Kuat Drive Yards or Sorsub or something like that.
To Corellia,
So
basically, right? That's what we're thinking. We're not going to be able to get the data here. We need to get to Corellia, and
We need to get to that corporation.
yeah.
okay.
Is that what y'all are thinking? Because I mean, I have one more thing I might could try, but I don't know.
I had one idea, but it's a little flimsy. I was thinking because if we spend a destiny point, maybe one of our characters had dealings with this corporation in the past,
No.
and might have an in to get information.
No. Not letting you jump that far with a destiny point.
Okay, I got a thing that we could maybe, because this is Coruscant, right? There's tons of people here. There's like infinity people. There's no more people in any one place than right here. So there's got to be somebody around here who's like a corporate specialist, like a fucking consultant type.
Okay.
We can pay him a fee, and he can like be our.
You want to pay someone to do the research for you and like give you a full write up on this company type thing.
What I kind of want is to like get a consultant and have his physical person here to like be our brains. Like when we need something done, we'll like be brain dude. Do this, do your braining, and so he's like, like just because we're not going to be on this job for much longer. Like somebody's going to solve the job soon, so we can probably afford a pretty fucking good consultant's fee right now.
Okay. If you want one to actually travel with you, that's more expensive. But there are companies that you could hire to like get a consultant that you can dial up and say, "Hey, we need information on X." And
yeah, as long as they're immediate turnaround or as close to immediate as human or droidly possible, that's what we want. If it needs to be off-site, we can work with that, especially if that saves us credits.
Right.
We should be able to cheaper to someone on retainer.
Well, basically, like you're hiring. It's kind of like what I'm thinking is kind of like how lawyers bill you. Like they don't care what you're having them look into as long as it's a matter of public record that they can research. You pay an hourly fee plus whatever fees it is to get access to whatever data type thing.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I want, man. I want the nerds that are good with books and shit to do their booking so we can fly around in space.
All right.
And use
So
our
how top
That's
end
what
are
we're
you?
gonna have.
Like you find several companies. Some of them are obviously going to be better than others. Basically, I'm going to let you decide what their dice pool is based on the hourly rate they charge. So it starts off at 100 credits an hour for research and stuff for you, and 100 credits an hour is someone with the 2 green dice that an average human has. And then every upgrade to the check, like every skill point or higher intel, is an extra 100 credits an hour. So like if you want 3 yellow dice, then that's going to be 500 credits an hour. If you want the full 5 yellow and a green that maxes it out, that's 1,000 credits an hour.
That's what we want is the 3 yellows.
I would think we want basically 5 intel people with about 3 skill.
Okay, so that's
what I'm looking for. That's about top tier, but it's like the intern.
Okay, so 3 yellow, 2 green is what you're wanting. That's going to be 700 credits an hour.
Okay, yeah, I can.
Is that you think we could? Is that worth it to you guys? And you think that will help?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I can swing this for now.
I think it would help. We have the credits for it. We've spent.
I'll throw down the 700.
Okay.
For this.
So the initial thing you're wanting whatever they can find in an hour about this corporation, basically. Is that what I'm gathering?
I think No, I don't have that much.
Yeah. Well, the corporation, but specifically the treasurer position and anybody above that at this specific time, and the preceding and around this area. The times leading up to this and the times after this.
Okay.
Oh snap! He done found it all.
Okay, so basically, like what I'm going to say is that the threats there are going to be that they had to get paid. Like they ended up having to charge you an extra, 10% each, so that's 210 credits for fees to access databases on Corellia, basically, that add on. Like I said, it was the search fee plus any fees they have to incur to get the information you want. But
I got it.
so it's a total of 910 credits, and they got 3 successes and a triumph. The 3 successes, they tell you that this company has, they're able to get you annual earnings reports and everything. The annual earnings reports of this company are such that, or actually, historically, you find that they were making about 100,000 to 200,000 credits annually. They existed for 14 years, but they have been out of business for 6 years. You find out that the company was shut down for having dealings with the a Corellian organization that was labeled a terrorist organization that was fomenting insurrection and terrorist attacks on Corellia, and that they were funding terrorism. They were shut down by the Jedi in their investigation 6 years ago. He's able to tell you who the treasurer was at the date you asked for. Like, he gives you a full, over their 14-year lifespan, who was the people on record, president, vice president, treasurer, secretary, all those people type thing. And he also, since there's a triumph involved, he's basically got it broken down to where of the 17 individuals that held one of the 4 positions at various times throughout the company history, 10 of them are deceased. 6 of them are in prison somewhere in the galaxy.
So if we're looking at, okay, that was word. That was word.
Yep.
Damn.
The thing that you find that catches your guys' attention because of the research combined with what you had already found is that the company closed weeks after the rental of this facility. It actually looks like what led to the arrest of multiple individuals and the closing of the company actually came from during the investigation into the missing treasurer.
Oh my God, we're gonna guys. I just realized as soon as I mute it, the call or whatever, if we're on a call, and I say, guys, we're on the hook for any damages to the corporation that houses this item. So if this turns into a huge galactic-wide scandal, I'm sure the damages that we're going to be on the hook for are going to be fucking astronomical. We need to keep this as quiet as we can if we want to get any money out of this deal.
Yeah, because we always do things quietly.
I'm just saying, and then
as the trader's eyes just suddenly go, "Oh my God, what have we walked into?"
Yeah, man, I'm not getting paid for this at all. I'm gonna lose money on this deal. Okay, so we can't talk to the Jedi because that's way too much risky. They have intel, but it's risky to get that shit.
Sure, we just send Sigs in to negotiate.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Bargain for him. How about that? I mean, that's more cut for us. I'm hurting for money right now. This is brutal. I'm not gonna do that. I'm just kidding.
Mostly.
Yeah, mostly. What do y'all think, man? Based on this intel, there's one more thing we need to research. Okay, because obviously this corporation was a shell corporation used to store this item. They liquidated all the assets and put it into storing this item if it's paid up for this fucking long, right? Okay, we know that. So we need to find out who was in charge of the, see if there was any kind of dummy shit going on here, holding corporations and all that kind of.
Well, okay, Josh, didn't you say that there was only one person left that wasn't?
Yep, only one of those individuals.
Oh, wait a minute. It was 17, not 16 people.
Yep.
Oh, well, we need to find and question that motherfucker. Who is this person? What is the name?
Kane Sunrider.
Oh, he's in big trouble. His name is too fancy to not. That is a badass name. I'm gonna take that fucking name for my own characters. That shit baller. That's almost the max powers of Star Wars, man. That's good shit. Yep. Okay. So now let's do our
You know,
job as
there's a
bounty hunters. Track
Sunrider
this.
family in Star Wars, right?
What?
There is a Sunrider family in Star Wars.
I know there's a Sun Strider. I didn't know there was a Sun Rider. But I would not be surprised. I mean,
Yeah.
I did choose it to fit like naming conventions that some Star Wars characters have. So.
No, that's badass, man. Okay. So are you dudes? I mean, what do y'all think, man? We have a positive lead here.
Yeah, well, let's
go.
Let's figure out who this person is.
All right.
It's either that or interrogating Jedi for information. So
Yeah, that's not gonna turn out well. Even I can't charm a Jedi. They
Oh,
see
you might. I mean,
Oh,
maybe
no.
Padawan or something.
that's
Yeah.
true. He was a Padawan.
Padawan, Killer Master, if they don't cooperate, kind of thing. It'll be fine.
That's not
What's one more
charming.
dead Jedi?
That's not charming them, Sigs.
Let's. Thank you. Oh,
I find it persuasive.
I gave up.
Persuasive and charming are different things.
Yes.
Yes. Let's see what we can find on Kane Sunrider.
Okay. Now, are you guys going to do the research, or are you going to pay this company to do it again?
Well, I guess would it fall within their purview?
They could do records research about individuals or companies. So, I mean,
Is that going to be another fee?
it'll take them time. So it's another
Yeah,
hour,
what
basically.
do you guys think?
Yeah, that's what we got him
Yeah,
for.
I'm paying them.
Okay, done.
Yeah, this
All
is
I'm letting
literally
you know.
their job.
We need to know the job history and, if possible, the current location or on file address for Kane Sunrider.
Yeah, Gemma said she'd pay for it.
Boom.
Well, another 3 threats, so it's the exact same thing. Like, there's more fees that they had to pay type thing, so it's another 910 credits. But they got a lot of successes there, so they're able to tell you that the Kane Sunrider is a Corellian-born individual. He attended university there on in the Corellian system. He was one of the earlier treasurers in the company, not the last one, like not the one that y'all were looking for or whatever, but like an earlier one in the company. Based on the records you've got, it appears that he was. You're able to find that he was actually fired by this company about 3 months before everything went to hell in a handbasket for the company, and that he is currently employed as a what are those called? Lobbyist on behalf of the Corellian shipyards here on Coruscant.
Oh, did we already leave for Corellia?
No, y'all hadn't yet. You're having to deal with this Coruscant
Nope.
company.
Great, because we were getting the intel. Yeah, great. That's good news. Well, I'm close to questioning him, but we're not quite there yet, man. What do y'all think, man? Should we just pop
Yeah,
off and
no,
question his ass?
We need to go talk to him. Here's the thing. Now, Josh, correct me if I'm wrong, but was he with the company at the time that the thing was that the vault was commissioned?
No, he was fired about 3 months before.
Yeah,
Okay.
that doesn't say to me that he couldn't still be responsible.
No, but what it does tell me is he would know who could afford it. He would probably also know what was going on. So he would at least have some leads that we could track down.
Yep. We need to pick him up. We need to take him. Let's get him.
Okay. So he's a lobbyist here in town, which means his company, like the Corellian shipyards, like have an office that's near the Senate, so they can schmooze the senators. It's kind of like lobbyists try to get as close to the Senate buildings and or whatnot and smooch people in DC in the real world type thing. So,
Of course.
so y'all know, like, you know where, like, finding out where the lobbyist for Corellian Shipyard's offices are is easy. There's no guarantee that he is there at the moment, but it's pretty easy to know, okay, this is where their offices are. This is the area he's going to be working in on Coruscant. So I need to know, are y'all going to, like, try to set up an appointment with him, or?
Yes, what we're going to do is we're going to head to inside of the entrance to the building, or we're going to cover all entrances to the building where, Corellian lobbyists work.
Okay.
Then we're going to call and set up a meeting for as soon as possible. Say, can we walk in and meet? We need a meeting. Very important, high dollars, blah, blah, meeting. See if he hightails it for number one, because that's why we're watching the Exodus. And then we head in for our meeting.
Okay. Alrighty. This office building is another tall building, not quite as large as the previous building, not quite as secure. It's actually taller though, and like the top 200 floors are all like pretty much completely like offices that different corporations are renting out that lobbyists are working out of type thing. Like it's mostly just most of them are smaller offices where you may have like a floor that may have 20 offices on it, and there's like one receptionist that they're all chipping in for that basically checks like, oh, you're here to see so and so. Well, let me see if they're in their office at the moment, and like chime over to their office. And it may be 20 different companies that have nothing to do with each other. They just they pay part of the fee for the receptionist payroll type thing. For those of you who don't know, that's how Bentonville, Arkansas is in the real world. Like all the companies that have to deal with Walmart, they've just got like these little micro offices that one receptionist might be employed by like 8 companies that share the office, basically. So it's that kind of thing. You find out that the Corellian offices are on like floor 918, which is near the top of the building, but not quite. Y'all enter on like the 800th floor, basically for the entrance that leads up into the top 200 floors. Call up there. The receptionist says that his calendar is full for today. He's meeting with the Corellian senator. I can arrange either a dinner meeting if it is of appropriate business, or I can schedule you tomorrow either at 10 a.m., 2 p.m., or 3 p.m.
Yes, dinner would be great. We'll buy the dinner. We got you.
And what is the meeting in regards to, so I can let him know?
Just some past business relations and possible future business relations. It's a perfect dinner meeting.
She says, well, I will deliver the information. Once he confirms, I will let you know. I mean,
thank you. Yes.
Or if he's unable, I will let you know to schedule it. Thing, one of the two.
Great.
So, all right. And you guys don't see him come running out of the building or anything. I mean,
shucks.
How long are you going to wait? Like around this
all damn day.
Okay.
What else do we have to do? Do you have anything else to do?
About 15 minutes later, your comm chimes at you. Beeps. I don't know what I was saying. Chimes or beeps. I'm not sure which it is. Depends on what your ringtone is, I guess.
We answer it.
Archie, you're muted.
Yep.
Your comlink that you called from basically beeps back at you.
Yeah, the Wookiee picked it up first because I was dozing off after all day of chilling, and then I'm like, oh shit, yes, hello.
The secretary basically says, yes, I'm trying to reach, and gives whatever name of Representative Torok.
Yes, this is Torok, yes.
She says the individual you were trying to reach says that he is busy for dinner tonight, but he can either meet you at 10 a.m., 2 p.m., or 3 p.m. tomorrow.
Let's do the 10 a.m.
Or dinner tomorrow night.
No, 10 a.m. 10 a.m. is just fine.
Very well. She says, I'm confirming the... She said you can hear her like typing in the background. Basically, she says, "I've got you in his calendar for 10 a.m. We are on the I can't remember if it's at 9:13 or 9:18, whichever it is." She confirms the floor number. Says if you enter the off the turbo lift, I will be right there and I can direct you to his office at the appropriate hour. Please do not arrive before 9:45, as our seating area is relatively small, and I represent 20 different lobbyists, and it gets pretty crowded if people show up way too early.
Very well, thank you.
All right. So, anyone need to accomplish anything that night, or are we going to flash forward to 10 a.m.?
Fast forward.
I think we're good. Yeah.
We are gonna fast forward, and Dave had about jamming all the stim packs into me to kill me completely.
Okay.
Because I was at 1, folks. I was at 1.
All right. So everyone recovers all their strain. You heal like the one wound naturally or whatever it is, and then stim packs if you need them. All right. How many stim packs does it take for you to get healed up?
5.
5? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So keep in mind, stim packs don't like reset when you wake up in the morning. They're a 24-hour period. So if it took you 5 to heal up, then like y'all made the appointment around 3 p.m. So there's going to be like this 5-hour window that stim packs aren't going to do anything for you, basically. So
Yeah, I know.
don't get yourself killed right now.
Yeah, give it a few more hours. 5 more hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, let the Wookiee be the punching person for a sec, just for 1 second.
Just for 5 hours.
Yeah, just 5 hours. Yeah, just 5 hours.
All right. So you guys, when you go to your appointment, are all 4 of you going, and 2, are you showing up like armed to the teeth like bounty hunters, or are you showing up like businessmen like you did before?
Sig is going to do his usual Overwatch.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we'll do. We'll give Sigs the duffel this time, but because we do want to take as many people as possible.
I'm
In
not
case
sure.
he number 1, in case he has security, and number 2, because it's gonna be the guilty man. We want to show a force if possible.
Okay.
I'm just
For
going to
me,
point
at
out.
least, my vibro knuckle. I was going to say I can appear to be perfectly unarmed. I've got 2 weapons, which look like normal boots, and my vibro knuckles, which to even find them, somebody's taken a setback to even try to look for them.
Okay.
I'm just going to point out giving me the
So-
duffel is a bad idea just because I know I try and stay from either long or extreme range. So.
Well, you could put the duffel like in your speeder car and lock the car like in the parking area. I mean.
Okay, that's fair. I'm gonna take the disruptor pistol this time, though. I'm leaving the rifle in my jetpack.
Okay. Alrighty. You guys show up at your appointment. The secretary is a relatively friendly, if rather bored sounding. We'll say she is a Sulliston.
She's not bored for long. The flirt machine is here.
Oh god. Oh god. Let's see, you're a Twi'lek. She goes along with the flirting, but she lets you know that after like a minute or two, the lobbyist you're looking for, the Corellian, that like you've got a younger hollow image of him, like a couple of years younger, that you all got to see from the research the company did for you. He makes his way out into the lobby and seems pretty eager and waiting for ready for his appointment basically with you guys. And once he sees you, he's pretty friendly, extends a hand in greeting, says, he introduces himself, doing the whole schmoozing thing. Says, "What can I do for you?" And he's like doing the introduction and pleasantries as he's walking you back to his office.
Oh, great! Yes, we end up doing this whole thing. I'm shouldering him. We're both walking back. It's like the perfect. It's the catastrophic collision of 2 super schmoozers.
Pretty much. Although you get the idea he could probably talk circles around you since he's dealing with senators on a daily basis.
Exactly. His pay grade's a little bit higher than mine. I get it.
Right. He's just more narrowly focused in his skill set.
Exactly. Yeah.
But once you get back to his office, like until you get back to his office, it's all pleasantries. Like no business is discussed, no particulars, that kind of thing. Once you're back in the office, he closes the door and motions to some chairs. He apologizes that as he looks at the Wookiee, he's like, I was not aware that it would be one of your species. Please sit carefully in the chair. I don't want you to fall or break the chair or injure yourself or anything.
I sat on the desk.
He kind of looks at that like, well, as he's like trying to look
Don't
around
worry.
you to look at the other two.
Like his house broken.
He looks at you like, Wookiees are a sentient species. They don't have to be housebroken.
And I give him that toothy, pointed teeth grin, the bounty hunter one, the one that's not super nice.
Uh-huh.
Give it to him, and I say,
I laugh at Gemma's joke, and I kind of give her the fist bump.
I enjoyed it too. So we're kind of trying to put the screws on this guy, and I say, yes, hopefully. And I'm looking at the Wookiee. Hopefully this will be an easy and fast business negotiation here, as I take a seat.
He's like looking back and forth around the Wookiee, trying to get a view of you. He's like, well, what can I do for you? Or what can Corellian Shipyards do for you?
I'll scoot the chair, so I can, he doesn't have to bob and weave.
See around the Wookiee yourself.
Yeah, keep my man comfortable, because my Wookiee needs to stay chilling. At least he doesn't want the Wookiee to stop chilling. It's that kind of situation. You know what I'm saying? Like we need to accommodate or Roosh for the time being. And I'll say yes. Unfortunately, that may not be the first topic of discussion here. We've actually come in regards to. Damn, I don't have the name of the company. The Corellian company that you.
You rattle it off.
Yeah, this one that you used to serve as an officer for. Can I give him that
give me
smile
a perception check.
Yep. Difficulty?
Difficulty of 2 red and a purple.
Juicy. Success and 2 threat.
All right. So he basically says, I'm not sure what you're talking about. And with your perception, you know that he is hiding something about that. Like, he clearly knows what you're talking about. With the threat, though, you're not, like, you don't get the sense that he... You don't get the sense that he's surprised about the name so much as he's genuinely, like, just denying that he knows about it. If that makes sense.
Okay. And I'm going to go all in, sort of. I'm going to say, well, I hate to be the one to bring this bad news to your doorstep, but the big item that you guys hid, NX77346, and I'm gonna do another check on his face when I mention the planet name.
Okay.
And I'm gonna say
Also mention the specific bay. Mention the specific
I'm gonna
bay.
say, Bay 3 Alpha. It's done, man.
Roll your perception check so I can tell you what you
Same
pick up.
difficulty?
Yep.
Okay.
Actually, no. Well, no, it would be the same difficulty because if he's lying, that's his deception pool. So.
Success and advantage.
Boom.
He looks like when you say it has to do with whatever you hid. He looks confused, and you can clearly tell that he is not being deceitful in his reaction to not read. Like, he looks confused when you start talking about hiding an item, and then when you rattle off the planet and bay number, it's not just confusion. It's like no recognition whatsoever.
at that point, I'm I'm considering how hard it's going to be to like grab this man and take him because he doesn't have what we need, but he can help us get it. It's not going to get done right here, but I'm going to say, in lieu of
Oi.
hostile negotiations or whatever they're called, aggressive negotiations, I'm going to say, yes, there's a great bounty, and we're not going to be the first ones to come calling. I guarantee that. And if you don't help us, if you help us, you can be the last, or we'll be the last ones that bother you about this.
He looks at you and he says, "That matter was settled like 6 years ago."
Settled or not, there's. I tell you right now, it's coming back. Here's what I want to know, and then I'm going to spell out what I know about the corporation's hierarchical history and the resignation and the firing and the death and all that. I'm going to say, I need you to tell me about these treasury position and any kind of intrigue and stuff that you may remember from the corporation at this time. Who were y'all dealing with, and who were y'all bosses?
He looks at you, and you can tell he's debating what to say and how much to say for a moment. Like he's looking you guys over, and he says, "Well, I don't think I'm who you need to talk to."
Well, and I look again at my Wookiee and beefy ass Jim, and I say, you may not be exactly who we need to, but you're the one we know to talk to. So unless you tell us who else we need to talk to, we're going to be talking.
He looks thoughtful for a moment and says, "Well, perhaps you should contact he starts to say something, and then he kind of second guesses himself for a moment and says, hell, it doesn't matter. Contact Jedi Master Anderson or Andre. He's what's that species called?" He looks kind of confused for a moment. He's like, they're like, how like Yoda is. Like Yoda's the famous one of their kind.
Lanik?
There is no name for their race.
In the RPG there is. There's the Laniks.
Well, I'm not going to get into that argument right now, but I knew who Joshua was referring to, and it's the Lanik.
Yep. And the guy's like, yeah, one of those guys.
Which is who we just dealt with. Am I wrong? Was that not Laniks?
No.
Dealing with them? Oh, okay. Cool. Laniks are a little bit beefier than those guys, a little bit less fish-like.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, good. Because
I was not pick up on who you dealt with?
I did, but I was just a little mixed up on the photograph, the imagery. So no, I got you. Those were the guys from the Padawan game, or the night game. Yeah. Okay, and when he said that, man, I feel like I kind of need to let this guy go, but I don't want to fuck up and leave my target right here when I grab him up. So he wasn't trying to. How much was he? I want to check him out. Full perception, discernment on his ass. Was he trying to bullshit on that? Was that because you said he kind of delayed and then he said fuck it? So like, was that fuck it? Whatever. I'm just gonna say everything now. Who cares?
Yeah. Basically, it's one of those moments where actually, based on the way he reacted, you guys being bounty hunters, at least one of you, maybe more of you, would have picked up on that type of reaction. It's kind of the idea that, and you've had it with different bounties over your careers, where someone thought they were hidden or thought someone had hidden their part in something, and then they're like, "Fine, just go talk to this guy. He did it," type thing. Whatever it was.
Like, I don't want to fucking deal with this. Like, I got you.
It's like, please just leave me alone. I didn't do it. I know who did.
I'm gonna slide my data pad across the table, and I'm gonna say with an open like note on it, and I'm gonna say, why don't you write a little note to Master Andre, just so he knows that you've sent us, and he'll know that he needs to tell us what we want to know.
He's like, why
For
the
your
hell would he
part.
listen to me? I was just an informant in his investigation.
Well, you are a lobbyist. A little bit of political clout.
Yeah, a little bit, but the Jedi don't care about politics, and I haven't talked to that guy in 6 years.
And I don't even see anything. I just point to the data pad and look at Warush.
I pick him up off his feet, and
He's
I
like,
grab.
fine. He like grabs the data pad quickly as he's like being held by his shoulder, like the shoulders of his tunic. Hey, Master, like it's a hastily constructed. Hello, how are you doing? I haven't talked to you in 6 years. I hope life's good. These guys need to talk to you. And
Yeah,
then he's
that's
like,
all I wanted. Introduction. That's it. That's all we need. And I'll smooth out his shirt again, and I'll say, thank you. That wasn't too hard, was it? I hope I don't see you again. And we're gonna leave.
He's like, yeah, feelings mutual.
And now, fuck, we gotta find something. We gotta find somewhere to stash Ziggs because we're going somewhere we don't want to go, guys.
Oh, I say we take Sigs with us.
I'll just keep
Ah.
doing the sniper cover because I'm not going near them physically.
All right,
Everyone
real
up.
quick.
If you just wear shades, you're unrecognizable.
Okay, I would like to actually build with their check. I actually would like to use Streetwise to see if anybody has figured out anything at all about the murder of the Jedi. Like, what's the rumors, et cetera, et cetera.
The rumors are still the same as I told you last time. Some people, like, the public information is basically they're not the public doesn't know whether the Jedi or the executive were the target. I mean, there are grainy images of suspects that are out there, but they're not all the same individuals. So, like, they're not based on what you can find in the public realm. There's no guarantee as to who they're actually looking for. There's no public. There's no like the police haven't released a statement saying this is who our suspect is that we're trying. There's no Crime Stoppers like posting with Zig's face on it. I mean,
so
that doesn't mean that internal documents might be different. Like if you want to actually try to slice the cops,
I know,
that's different. But
sit there when we get back to Ziggs, we're going to go talk to the Jedi. Here's what I want you to do. Think of the most annoying song you've ever heard. You got it? Can you remember it?
Song. What about it?
Now just continually hum that in your head the entire time we're around the Jedi.
Or I can
Dust to
write an
dust,
Overwatch. Like always.
We're going to be near Jedi. They will spot a suspicious-looking man with a sniper rifle.
It's not like I'm going to be in the open.
They're
It worked
Jedi.
last time.
They'll feel your thoughts, dude. They can read minds.
If they're trying to, it clearly didn't help that last guy, and I did it.
You might not want to underestimate the Jedi, Ziggs, but yeah, do what you want. But I'm not going to leave my stuff with you this time.
Good idea.
We're off.
alrighty.
While we're arguing with Ziggs about the foolishness of his aggressive moves towards these
Don't
Jedi
worry.
after he
The
already played
entire
one.
time he's looking through that sniper scope, he's going to hum the stupidest song you can think of the whole time.
Alrighty.
I'll call ahead as well. If I can,
Call
that's
it.
a possibility.
Calling ahead to the Jedi Temple before y'all pull up.
Yes.
Okay. Some secretary answers. Actually, probably a droid. Some droid. This is the Jedi Temple. How may I assist you?
Yes, we need to set up an appointment with a representative about meeting with a particular Jedi.
What Jedi?
Jedi Master Andre.
Please hold. Cuts
Thank
to like some peaceful music for a moment, and like 5 seconds later, she comes back. Jedi Master Andre is unavailable. Do you wish me to leave a message for him, or would you like to speak to another member of the Order?
Would it be possible to set up a communications with Jedi Master Andre for a future date? Perhaps that would be possible.
I am not authorized to set up a future communication such as that. Can I?
I'm going to put my. I want to put my hand over the mic just real quick to
There's a
tell
mute button, dude.
Correct. Yeah. Correct. It's a very delicate matter. Immediate attention. It's a matter of life or death. It's a droid. It's not a Jedi. It can't read your mind. Lie.
Yeah, I'd take his advice. I say, I understand there may be certain limitations and protocols in order, but this is a very important matter that it requires extreme delicacy, and it's a matter of life and death. I'm sure Jedi Master Andre would be remiss if he were to not get this information in time.
One moment, please. And then you hear like the click of going on hold, and then the little soft music starts again. Then
We're in a Jedi now. I say that to Jim. I'm like, oh.
after a few moments, the droid says, are you on Coruscant, or would you like a remote communication with a Jedi?
Yes, we are on Coruscant. If that would ease the communication burden upon you.
It would. Thank you for your consideration to this one's parameters. If you arrive at the temple and enter through the main entrance, I am at the first desk that you come to. Please, and she says, I've been authorized to give you a meeting number, and she like rattles off like the 6-digit meeting pin, basically. Says, Jedi Master Andre is not available at this time, but I have contacted a close associate of his who knows him, and he has agreed to meet with you very soon.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your consideration. Torak will be calling on you soon.
Okay. Alrighty. Then y'all head on to the temple.
While we're heading that way, I'm going to look at everybody and be
They
like,
all
wow,
head.
I hope we're the closest to tracking this mystery down. The hunt has been on for a while. Our bill could be racking up.
Siggs is going to separate from the group and just kind of take a very distant position from the temple, but kind of able to see the entrance, kind of sniper where.
How close do you want to be?
Not very. Like, at the very closest, extreme range.
Okay.
I want nothing to do with that place.
Alright, you're at extreme range from the Jedi Temple. Check.
At least that'll make it hard to drop a ship on you if they want to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a start.
Yeah. No, Siggs, let's be honest. You should be at short range or planetary range.
Just go back to the spaceport.
I considered it, but I can't just leave my team stranded.
Okay. Alright, so the other three of y'all heading up the temple steps. As you do so, you see a couple of like Jedi younglings and a temple guard talking on one step area, and then over there you see a diplomat of some kind that's talking with a Jedi Knight about something. You see the typical business, like every movie image, other than the march to kill the younglings had, basically. And you go up to like the reception desk and give the PIN number. The droid is very helpful there. There's like 6 identical droids, so you're not sure which one you actually talk to, but whatever.
Yeah, I make my best guess.
Yeah. The droid that you give the PIN number to, it's a protocol unit of some kind, but it's like one of the ones that has the wheelbase instead of legs. So it starts wheeling around and it says, "Follow me," and it leads you like deeper into the temple and to not very far. I mean, just like 100 feet or so, and then to a side door, basically where you can have a conference room type setup for a meeting room. When the door opens, you see two Jedi sitting in the room already waiting on you. The younger of the two looks to be 10 to 12 years old and has a Padawan braid, and is my brain just went blank. A Fargle. Are you familiar with those guys? Okay.
Like cat dudes?
Yeah, they're a feline species. They're not as big as the Cathar or the Targaryens. They're more agile and lanky. And this is a young one, so it's like 4.5 feet tall, probably, if it stands up, and maybe weigh 100 pounds. But that one's got like a Padawan braid where it's let a fur grow out long enough to create such a thing. And then sitting next to it is an older woman that has a scar across her cheek. She is an Arcanian. Her lightsaber is not on her hip. She's got like a polearm style that is actually leaning next on her chair at the moment as she's sitting there. Basically, they're both sitting on one side of a conference table type thing, and there are some seats on the other side for you guys to come in and sit down.
I'll say greetings. Thank you for seeing us on such short notice. I'm very grateful.
She inclines her head and says, "I'm Master Tia. How?" And this is Padawan. And she says something that is clearly a Fargle name, but doesn't translate well.
What would be something that would be appropriate for me to call her, like if her name was and I could call her Hua or whatever?
Padawan will suffice.
There you go. Thank you.
But she says, "I understand you are wanting to meet with Master Andre. I'm sorry that he is unavailable. But if it's a matter of life and death, I am certain me and my Padawan can assist."
Yes, I'm Torak, and then I'll motion to my friends.
Mm-hmm.
Warush and Gemma. Yes, we understand it would be hard for him to meet us on such short notice. Yes, there's a very important and perilous event going on right now that has in which he has become enmeshed and embroiled. He has important information, the information of which could save lives. And so we're just here to try to get him to
she kind of cocks her head a bit at that. I see. Has he contacted you and you are assisting him with something?
No, unfortunately, we have not been in contact with him. We only learned his name through one of his former associates, and I'll produce the data pad with the particular note still open, and I'll slide it across, and I'll say he previously worked with this individual who we met with this morning, and he has led us to Master Andre, ensuring us that Master Andre has the information that we need. What's up, Donnie? I'm gonna look at Gemma, because Gemma's free to speak, man. I'm not.
Yeah, look, Master. The faster we get a chance to talk to him, the faster he gives us the information, the faster we can resolve this whole situation, and nobody has to die. Now, you've got 9 other teams full that are going to be descending on a place and start tearing it up, everything in sight. That we're trying to resolve this. Resolve this as quickly and as peacefully, which is odd for me.
She listens to this and then looks at the Wookiee for a moment and then looks back to the Twi'lek. She says, well, I definitely wish to assist you in any way I can. Unfortunately, there's a bit of a miscommunication with your intelligence, I believe.
Please illuminate us. We only wish to, like he said, resolve this as quickly and peacefully as
She
possible.
No, don't say he's dead. Don't say he's dead.
she says that he was the one who trained me to be a Jedi, and he disappeared 5 years ago.
Are you? Oh, wait a minute.
I love that reaction.
Yeah, and I was already thinking that as soon as she was like, I don't know, man. I have those Jedi instincts from time to time.
For the record, the guy I shot had a totally different name.
I'm gonna say yes. That's troubling to say the least. Is there any? And I know perhaps this would be delicate for you to divulge, given the nature of the Jedi and your order. But it would be very helpful if you could give us any information on his possible whereabouts or any information on his last known whereabouts. And even if you would be willing to accompany us, you could see and resolve this situation probably much more easily and more peacefully than we could ever hope to.
She says that his last known whereabouts were.
I'm going to lean over to Rec. She trained with him, so she should have been with him during the time span that we need to get information about.
Oh, and you see, that's when I do the thing that you did, like, that's a fucking good idea. Holy shit. Do that kind of thing, and I'm like, oh. And I look to her and I say, well, she was saying something about the last
Yeah,
known
she said
whereabouts.
his last known whereabouts was Clackdoor 7.
Clacktor.
CLAK_DOR 7.
Okay, Clackdoor 7. I'll say yes. Perhaps you could recall from your time of training with him. It appears that there is a possible light in this situation that could. You may have the information that we need, is what I'm trying to say.
She says
Do you
if
ever
I have it, I would help if I can.
Yes. Do you ever recall your master ever dealing with, and I'll name the Corellian Corporation, do you ever recall him dealing with this corporation specifically?
She pauses a moment. She's like, well, I don't know the details of his investigation into them. What I do know is that they were a terrorist organization on Corellia. It was one of his last missions he undertook for the Order. Not his last, but his last known whereabouts was about a year later after that investigation wrapped up. But that organization was formulating dissent on Corellia, and he was able to dismantle the organization, not just the company, but the organization that was funding them. But he believed he had not gotten to the bottom of it. And despite misgivings of some, he continued to investigate, following leads that others thought were fruitless when there was more pressing matters in the galaxy that needed his attention.
I think his insight may have been warranted. Do you remember anything about this particular organization that he may have thought was funding the corporation?
He said that it was well disguised. The company that he believed, or the organization that he believed was responsible. He had, to be honest, I think that he was seeing misinformation personally. I think his investigation was following a false lead. but his disappearance, either he has gone into deep cover, which, knowing him, would not surprise me, but I do not know where he is at this time.
Let me ask you this, Master Tia. Were you familiar with him finding or hearing about or learning about or perhaps even safeguarding any extremely dangerous or powerful or valuable items? There is, and I was leery to mention this to her, but I'll do it in the interest of getting her to play along a little bit longer. I'll say there is an artifact that has been secured by funds, I would assume stolen from this corporation. And while it doesn't tie directly, while we don't need it for our investigation, it could be an illegal or dangerous artifact worthy of the Jedi Order investigating.
She says, well, on several occasions he discovered such things throughout the galaxy. He was what we consider a Jedi Sentinel. He chased the darkness that others deny exists. So I would not put it past him to have found something that he secured in some way, either until his investigation was complete or perhaps permanently.
But would he have used money from the corporation to do that?
She kind of gets this look like, probably not, but it wouldn't surprise me.
And I'll say, in sort of response to her look and his question, I'll say, I assume Jedis aren't given infinite fundings to use at their discretion. Infinite? I could be wrong as I look around at the badass facilities.
Well, remember, they said it was paid for from the corporation.
I didn't do the math, but I'm pretty sure, I mean, I don't know how long a day is there, but that's going to be multiple millions of credits.
Yeah.
Somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 million.
Okay, yeah.
That it was paid for.
And I'll mention that number. I'll say, apparently the object has been secured at the, I would think, one of the most secure facilities in the galaxy, if not the most, for a mere price of 10 million credits.
She gets it like, yeah, the order gives us some leeway with regards to credits for our mission, but there's no way he would have been able to secure something with that sort of funding from order resources.
What do you think, friends? And I look around at Warush, and Gemma.
Okay, so let me ask you this, Master. Master Tia. So, Andre, if he found something valuable in some vault to protect it, or would you think he would bring it back here to Templeton?
Depending on the nature of the item, but I'm still unclear how he would have obtained enough credits to, or what would be valuable enough to reserve with that many credits.
Do you know what he was, I guess at that time period, what he was most obsessed with, what rumors he was going after, what crazy ideas he was coming up with?
She looks thoughtful a moment. It's conspiracy theory. he believes that there's an ancient order of enemies to the Jedi that are extinct that he believes he found evidence are operating in the galaxy.
Well, I've never heard of anything like that, but perhaps something in relation to that would be worth hiding and worth, or it would need to be hidden like that.
She says if he found, I mean, almost every year we find relics of that order throughout the galaxy in various places, and they those that can be destroyed are simply destroyed by the order. But the few artifacts that cannot be destroyed are secured here within the temple or in other temples throughout the galaxy. So I don't see why he would not go with the normal plan in that regards.
And there has been no word of his death. You don't believe him to be dead? You just think he's missing?
She says, I'm certain he's not dead.
What makes you so certain?
I would feel his death. I was his Padawan. And she says it with such a certainty that it's like, doesn't make sense to a non-Jedi, but okay.
Hey, so Josh, when did this vault get commissioned and set up?
When the vault was commissioned, like when this person purchased it.
Yeah.
Almost 7 years ago.
Okay. And this Jedi disappeared 5 years ago?
Yep. A little over 5 years ago, basically, from what you've been informed.
All right, so, and you know he's not dead, but you can't find where he's at. You can't call him on your holo or anything.
Now, all the methods of communication that we used to use have been left abandoned. He is missing.
Can't you cast a spell or something and talk to him?
I'm going to give you a wicked.
She laughs a little bit at that. That's not how the Force works.
No. I'm going to say, let me ask you, and this is me being a negotiator again. What would be enough actionable information to bring the Jedi into this investigation, or at least garner cooperation with you and a sharing of information? Because finding this individual, Master Andre, if he's not the one responsible, he definitely knows who is. And whether it's him or whether we can merely get his aid, I mean, and I motion in deference to her. I say, obviously having the help of Jedi is, there's no greater assistance in the galaxy.
She says, well, I mean, some masters are able to work under their own prerogative, but if you want the assistance of the entire order, it would have to be considered an imminent threat to the Republic itself.
Are you one such master, Master Tia? And I say kind of hopefully.
She says if this may have something to do with what caused him to go into hiding or seclusion, then I would most definitely be interested in assisting in whatever way I can, like I said.
What way can you?
She says, my Padawan and I could assist with your investigation depending on what leads you have and that sort of thing.
Okay, so at that point, I'm going to lay out what we know about the corporation, the treasurer, about how the treasurer position apparently signed for this place, but then he was kidnapped prior and then killed after. And the only person who's still alive in the hierarchy of this corporation knows Master Andre and was the one who told us to find Master Andre. Is basically all we know.
She says, why do you think that whatever's in this vault is imminent threat to individuals?
I find no other reason why. I think it's highly likely. Go ahead, Gemma.
Well, it's okay. Let me put it to you like this: there are people that work at that vault. There's going to be a lot of bounty hunters descending on that vault, and they're going to be murdering everybody in that vault.
Oh yeah,
Everybody.
I give you another sour look because I wasn't trying to tell them that we were on the Great Hunt here. You're dropping bad hints.
No. We don't have to say that we're
Fair
on the
enough.
Great Hunt, but if we can tell her, what we're to do is, if we can find out who owns that vault, stop all these people from assaulting the place. We weren't lying when we said it was a matter of life or death from a certain point of view.
Well, not only that, but Master Andre's life could be in danger. If he's not the one responsible, other people may assume that he is. They may not be as
That too.
understanding as us.
She kind of nods a bit to that and says, "Well, then let me reach out and see what leads I can garner, and I will alert the authorities in that sector to be on extra high alert, and we will probably dispatch a few Jedi Knights to that sector to assist in the defense in case an assault does occur. And I will see what I can find."
Might I advise that, with of course all due caution and safety, with your authority that you secure the contents of this specific berth, and because if we could find out what's in there, or you can keep it, just tell us what it is, and then that might aid in our investigation.
She nods a touch to that. It should be doable. Depending on the circumstances of this company, it may take assistance from the Senate to get them to divulge that information, though, so it may take some time.
Of course, paperwork must be signed, and I kind of nod in a sad resignment as I see our bill just rising and rising.
Oh, man. Alrighty.
Jedi.
So,
I give her our comm link and I say, please stay in touch. We're gonna pursue as many leads as we can find.
gotcha. She agrees, nods, and gives you a comm link to reach her and a separate comm link to reach her Padawan in case she is busy with something as well. So you have 2 Jedi you can reach directly. All right.
It's been a whole. After we leave, or Gemma will go. It's been a whole day. And I ain't punched anyone. Why haven't I punched anyone, Torak?
I look at your hand and I say to see if you have your vibro knuckles on.
Preferably
No.
not while
Have 'em
you're
on?
meeting with
She'll say no as she sticks her hand in her pocket.
I say, well, don't worry. If this Jedi is indeed guilty, you're gonna need him.
Do you think? Don't tease me.
What do you guys think? I don't know. I'm becoming more and more worried that this contract may be more difficult than we had thought.
I don't know.
If only we could figure out what the other teams have learned.
the look on Chris's face just then.
Yeah.
Just no. Just no. Oh my god.
Well, yeah, we're heading back to the ship.
Okay.
We'll tell Ziggs we're heading back to the ship.
No, and in all fairness, we could probably check the HoloNet to see what try to skim through it in RSS feed, as it were, going on with the other teams.
That's a good idea.
Remember, hey, wait a minute. These guys were broadcasting us while we were in the station.
They weren't broadcasting you.
Well, we need to find like the
They
black
were showing
newspaper or
like
the
closed
subnet or
circuit.
whatever. Yeah. Well, that's
It was
cool, but
just
I
to the
mean,
station.
there's gotta be some news coming out, somewhere, especially on Coruscant, like down in the depth. They gotta have news down here somewhere.
Yeah.
Whether or not they know what it. I mean, like right now, it's just a bunch of bounty hunters running around doing shit, which bounty hunters do.
That's true, and
Yeah,
If you
but
don't-
some of them,
discernible information.
It's one of those things. If you're not in the know, then you don't even know a great hunt's going on. So you don't
right?
know.
But we do actually know. We know these bounty hunters.
Okay.
So we could look, we
Specifically
could
for news
scan
about them.
panels for them.
Okay.
I would like to look
So-
after. I'll suggest to the group that they look after the team that was sponsored by Damask Holdings. Which ones were they?
That was the
Nexu 9?
Yeah, the next 9.
Yeah, I'm going to suggest that you guys look at the Nexu 9 and the Black Sun sponsored groups, because we found out the Black Sun might have a lead, and my instinct is telling me that we may have a lead over here.
So,
well, the next 9 you can definitely find stuff on the HoloNet about because, like I said, they're part of a larger mercenary organization, and so their mercenary unit is doing various things throughout the galaxy. So you definitely can find stuff about them. The Black Sun sponsored the insectoids.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, the little fuckers.
The White Wraiths. You don't find information about them on.
You're the one that got mind linked to them, so
Actually, whenever you
I'll let your
suggest
boy.
that they may know something, you're convinced. Like Sigs, you're like, oh no, they couldn't be. They would let you know, surely, if they had a good lead.
Totally. They're totally fucking useless. But yeah, totally.
But yeah, so we should scan the HoloNet to see what information we can get about them.
About the White Wraiths, or
All of them. As many of them as we can find.
okay. Give me a. I guess it would be a computers check.
I'm not good with computers.
Difficulty 3,
I'll try
1
to.
upgrade. So 1 red, 2 purple.
You want to do that, Warouche?
Yeah, I'll give it a try. All right.
Okay.
Hey.
So you got successes. You find word that the pair of Trandashans are supposedly, like, through your contacts and stuff, you find they have apparently attacked a gambling hall on Clackdoor 7. And you find that let's see here, the Poto Hunters, the Barbel Clutch, apparently have been sighted on Corellia hunting someone. But you don't find word about any of the others.
Yeah, Clackdoor was going to be my next target of investigation, because that's the only other planet name that we have. But I'm really just waiting to hear back from what's her name, if she can get any leads or info for us, the Master Tia.
Yeah, Tia.
By the way, Clackdoor 7, in case you don't know out of character since it came up in his newsreels, that's the homeworld of the Bith.
Okay.
It's always fun when you're running an investigation story and you're like, man, why aren't they noticing X?
Yeah, man. Can is it possible we could flip a destiny and get like a clue, maybe of something that we've missed that we get some insight on? Because I mean, you don't want us to stall out, right? Like
Right.
we're kind of stalling out.
Yeah, and the second
Maybe
question,
flip 2?
Are we gonna keep going much further tonight? Are we gonna put this to a second or to whatever another game? Do we want to keep going? Because I'm kind of losing steam here.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure if I would be able to next Friday. No, Wednesday's out for Archie. Next Tuesday's out for me. Thursday's out. I could do something next Saturday if you guys would want to do a part 2 to this and finish it up, or we could just kind of wrap it up narratively if you would like. If next Saturday doesn't work for people, or if y'all don't want to put it off further than that, which I don't know.
It all depends. Like, are we talking like we have a lot more to go? Because it seems like we do.
I've got it. Yeah, it definitely took longer to get to this point than I thought it would. But
See, well, next Saturday, that's whenever I'm running my game.
okay, so we're looking at beyond a week if we wanted to postpone it. It's up to you guys. I can narratively wrap it up in such a way that I think would be cool if y'all want, or we can try to schedule like we can talk over Facebook to figure out a schedule like 2 weeks out or something like that.
I'm cool with anything, man. I'm pretty flexible on schedule, but I understand if you want to just wrap it up. So I'm cool with whatever. It's all good.
Yeah, I'm cool as well. If you can't do this Friday, we could always do next Friday. Keep it on the same day and time. But that's
Right.
it.
I'm cool with anything.
Okay. Let's do this then. We'll go ahead and stop the episode here, and we're going to attempt to schedule something for about 2 weeks out, roughly. If it goes beyond that, then probably what I'll do is I will make a short video as a narrative wrap up and send it to you guys and have it on the Facebook page as a wrap up type thing. If in about 2 weeks we haven't found a date that works for us, we'll just wrap it up narratively by the end of 2 weeks type thing. If that sounds good to everyone. Okay.
Yeah, that's cool.
All right. We will go ahead and stop the broadcast at this point, guys. Thank you for tuning in, and hope to see you around further in other games and that sort of thing.
All right. Thank you.
All right, y'all. Yeah. I'm realizing that, like, as a storyteller, I have a hard time with investigation storylines. That's one thing I'm really happy about with the Bounty Hunters book and the
Are we
Sentinels
still on
book.
air? Because
It says it's
I'm still
live
seeing the
for me.
live.
Yeah, I was about to ask the same